Chapter 1, Ranting. You know the feeling, right? You're standing by the window in the morning, a fresh breeze is tousling your hair, birds are singing somewhere in the distance, golden sunlight is dancing on the walls, nothing hurts, nothing aches, nothing is even bulging out in the wrong places, and your heart is just filled with peace and grace. Well, I had exactly that. Just with one teensy-weensy little clarification. With every passing second, it was becoming increasingly clear that I hate Asgard. The problem wasn't even Asgard itself. The problem was that I had landed. I had landed inside Loki. And even that wouldn't have been a catastrophic issue if Loki himself had actually behaved like a god. I mean, a god. The actual god of lies. Of intrigue. Of magic. Which is what he officially is on paper. You'd think he would have just gutted my memories, sorted them onto shelves, weighed them, measured them, and then either swallowed me like a glazed donut or tossed me the hell out into the afterlife. I know that happens, I've read the stories. But no, Loki didn't do that. Loki did absolutely nothing. Probably. I don't know. Or rather, I don't remember. However it happened, when my consciousness surfaced from the void, Loki was already gone. It was just me in this body. No God of Mischief in sight. On its own, that might have been manageable. It would have offered plenty of opportunities, trying to figure out where I am, whose body this is, why this helmet needs such massive horns, you know, the touching moments of self-identification in a new world and a new organism, complete with all the requisite stages like shock, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. But alas, no one was that merciful. The previous owner's memory was available to me, fully and completely, right from the start. It felt just as accessible as my own. This gave me carte blanche for the shock and depression part, but it left absolutely zero chance for blissful ignorance, hope, or stalling for time. And even that wouldn't have been so critical if I could actually think of myself as Loki, or at least suspect that I might be him, you know, the whole memories of a past life returning trope. But a bummer awaited me there, too. I could feel exactly where my memories ended and Loki's began. I didn't associate myself with him for a single second. So, for the last few hours, I've been exploring the depths of the term totally screwed via personal experience. 3 words, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yes. It was her. It was enough to see my face in the mirror to cast aside the last doubts, but even without that, based on my predecessor's memories, this was definitely it. The pitch black, deep, ass end of the multiverse. The most idiotic reality of all possible Marvel variants. Realism multiplied by Moronism and raised to the power of the screenwriter's creative bankruptcy. I was ready to make peace with a black Nick Fury. I was ready to forgive this world for a black Mary Jane Watson. I didn't even give a damn about Aunt May being played by a lady slightly over 30 and actively dating. I could even turn a blind eye to the electromagnet for shrapnel in a chest powered by a cold fusion reactor, without which said shrapnel unstoppably moves toward the heart, through something. I don't know how local alcoholic playboys are built, maybe that is how it works in their bodies. Maybe the shrapnel enters the body and just beelines for the heart, threatening nothing else, only winning the game when it captures the base. Hell, I'd even believe that radiation sickness from prolonged contact with a radioactive element would completely and instantly vanish just because someone shoved another battery made of a different radioactive element into the guy. After all, we're talking about an American alcoholic playboy with shrapnel migrating toward his heart. God knows, I am ready to put up with a wide spectrum of nonsense and professional incompetence coupled with pandering to societal trends, but the Infinity Stones. The stones, Carl. Several multicolored hunks of glass endowed with phenomenal and invincible cosmic power, which literally every dog in this god-forsaken universe knows about. Yet, in this entire universe, there was only one enterprising bad guy who took actual steps to collect them. The writers had so many options for a global, terrifying threat. They had Galactus, they had Apocalypse, the Skrull Empire, the Kree Empire, the Phalanx, the Phoenix, the Form Master, and about 50 other guys of similar caliber. But who did they choose for the role of archenemy? Some pathetic, loser titan with 3 brain cells, and even those were located on his chin. Tremble, mortals! Thanos in a bedazzled glove is the threat to the entire universe. And now I'm in this, up to my neck. The timeline dictates that in a few years, this purple, asexual, bald, mutant dwarf will finally collect all his jewelry for his little bracelet and make the whole universe laugh. And the main thing is, it doesn't matter how far I am from the events. According to the conditions of the problem, I could get dusted even on the other side of the galaxy if that non-entity snaps his fingers. My joy at these prospects was, understandably, overflowing. But my current surroundings offered plenty of other reasons to laugh, hysterically. First off, I was Loki. And this was bad. Not just because all of Asgard considered this worthy individual to be, to put it mildly, a less than decent gentleman. No, the trouble was that he was listed as the son of Odin and Frigga. I can feel however I want about these individuals and the gods of Asgard in this reality, but I understand one fact with absolute clarity: those two will bust me in a moment. I repeat, I do not feel like Loki. I mean, the old Loki. I've made peace with the fact that I'm in his body and this is my name now, but I am not him. We have different characters, different priorities, and a completely different view of the world. I don't give a damn about the throne of Asgard, I don't give a damn about Thor, and I absolutely don't give a damn about his parents. But the guy whose spot I took? For him, it was the exact opposite. That inconsistency will be noticed by anyone who knows the old Loki well. And that's pretty much everyone here. Asgardians live for thousands of years, life here moves very slowly and changes even less. Every facial expression, gesture, and nonverbal signal of a neighbor is memorized by heart over that time, even by the dullest idiots. So, I cannot get caught by Odin or Frigga. Not if I want my life to be anything other than very eventful but very short. I don't believe in the kindness of this honorary Officer of the Year for a single penny. If he turned his biological son into a mere mortal and kicked him to earth without food, water, or a livelihood, and sentenced his adopted son to death in front of all Asgard, then what will he do to an otherworldly body snatcher? I really don't want to test that on my own skin. Especially considering his face looks exactly like Hannibal Lecter, just slightly retouched with a respectable beard and an eye patch. Luckily, the old Loki had shielded his chambers well against the gazes of any Heimdalls or Odins who might be capable of seeing and hearing through walls, distances, and realm boundaries. Otherwise, the situation would already be critical. I also knew the methods for passive self-concealment, thank you, muscle memory, and I applied them the moment I figured out what happened. But that didn't cancel out the main difficulty. I needed to leave Asgard immediately. The problem was, I simply didn't know where to go. Screw the Bifrost. Loki knew how to walk between worlds via the shadow paths. I'd already verified that I could sense several nearby entrances, the ones the God of Mischief used most often. But the question remained, where? The realms closest to Asgard weren't suitable, even though I knew them decent enough thanks to my inherited memories. Earth? It could work, but a total shit show was about to kick off there, and I had zero desire to participate. I didn't know the exact date, but Thor's coronation, the event that started everything in the first movie, was already scheduled and coming up fast. Loki was already furious about it and had already resolved to sabotage the event by sneaking frost giants into Asgard. Well, at least he'd only resolved to do it, not actually done it yet. Small mercies. Still, this meant that on Earth, Iron Man and the 21st century were already in full swing. Which meant the Avengers Initiative, Hydra, the Chitauri invasion, and all that other garbage were right around the corner. No, I wasn't scared to get involved. What kind of fear can you really have when you wake up in the body of a god, retaining no memory of how you died but, based on symmetry and logic, strongly suspecting you definitely kicked the bucket in your past life. I had literally learned through practice that existence doesn't end with death. Besides, the locals didn't just believe in Valhalla, they knew for a fact it existed. So, the squabbles of local humans didn't frighten me, especially with Loki's powers and skills at my disposal. I just didn't want to get involved. I saw no incentive for myself. Like, at all. This world didn't even have any cute girls worth strutting my stuff to save, or whatever heroes do. Natalie Portman was a total doll when she played Padme in the first Star Wars prequel, but she'd grown up since then. The makeup stopped highlighting her natural beauty and turned into a tool to preserve it on camera. That's not something worth busting my ass and risking my neck for. Gwyneth Paltrow, look at that, I remember the name of the actress who played Iron Man's assistant. Loki's brain is a useful thing. Anyway, Gwyneth Paltrow, maybe she looked okay in a couple of shots, but otherwise? A plain, grey mouse. Scarlett Johansson, aka Black Widow, kill it with fire. Just burn it. Not only does she have the same issues as the previous ones, if not worse, since her resting bitch face demands a boot to the face for 90% of her screen time, but she sold her motherland to the damn Yanks. And if we're talking purely about the character, she really needs to be dropped into a vat of acid, if only to cleanse the human gene pool. Oh right, there's also Sif, the heroic warrior maiden and Thor's buddy. Here, I feel the urge to scream at the female half of Hollywood's casting directors, when will you idiots learn to remove moles from faces? Or at least cover them up when you're playing representatives of perfect, high races like gods, elves, or superhumans. You know, beings whose lore implies physical perfection and an absence of primitive skin defects? Do you have any idea how jarring it is when, on one hand, you know for a fact that the Aesir are gods who don't suffer from mundane diseases, who are gifted with physical perfection, free of genetic errors, tumors, age spots, pimples, or warts, and then you see a mole on a purebred Asgardian's face? It's supposed to be normal. Nobody else is bothered by it. But you suddenly notice it and get hit with massive cognitive dissonance. Worse, there are plenty of Aesir like that in Loki's memories, but nobody cares. Because the director and makeup artists are morons who created a moronic reality. Oh, and Sif is a first-class feminist. A literal icon of the movement, if the movement even knew she existed. And you know what the vilest thing about the local women is? It's that every single one I listed, and 24 more off-screen, are those damn strong independent women. Not the ones who are actually strong and independent, but the ones who scream about it every minute of screen time. Other types only flicker in the background, usually ugly ones. The ones shoved in our faces in this cursed, degenerative universe aren't women you want to love. They are women you want to pick up, not in bed, but just in your hands, and throw out a window. Because screw that. They are nothing but trouble. At work, as friends, in a family, they are always a source of problems and frayed nerves. To hell with them. Just, to hell with them. Of course, I feel like I'm going slightly off the rails trying to analyze real people based on movie images, but the problem is that Loki's entire memory backs me up. I happened to rewatch the Thor movies not too long ago, and god damn it, everything matches. Down to the smallest detail. And that is, no joke, terrifying. I hate Asgard. I hate this universe. I hate the Marvel filmmakers. The previous book got blocked. So I'm re-uploading it again. You can still read the previous one if you had it in your library, and I will continue to upload it there too. Chapter 2, Goodbye Letter. I hate this. But I am here. And it looks like I'm heading to Earth anyway. Because frankly, it doesn't matter where I run, this whole universe is going to get leveled by Thanos in his bedazzled glove in a few years regardless. At least Earth has the internet. And potatoes. Asgard doesn't have potatoes. The locals prefer game meat and weird fruits, but I love fried potatoes. Dying with a belly full of fried potatoes is better than dying without them. Or at least, that's how it seems in my current state of hysterical depression. Plus, there might be normal, cute girls on Earth, though I shouldn't count on it. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They managed to ruin even adamantium, turning it from an indestructible metal into a piece of crap that can be chopped up with a heated stick. However, despite this less than rosy analysis, I couldn't say I'd spent all my time since waking up just wallowing in depression. My main activity was getting used to my new, let's call it biochemistry. Loki's memories and reflexes were with me, but so was the memory of living in a human body. And let me tell you, that feels significantly different from living in the body of a Jotun, which is what the Asgardian god of magic actually is. My predecessor didn't know it yet, but I was well aware that he wasn't Odin's son, but the son of Laufey, king of the frost giants. Maybe a half-blood, that would explain the size and appearance difference, but those are minor details. The point was, a frost giant's body perceives the world differently than a human's. There are more senses, a sense of magic, of space, of the earth beneath your feet. And the senses familiar to humans are far more perfect, far sharper. I can count the number of flower buds in a bed 3 kilometers away from the palace. I can hear the ringing steps of the guards' armored boots in a courtyard 6 floors down. I can distinguish every shade of scent wafting through the air, identifying every species of tree blooming in the garden. And none of it is distracting. It doesn't even demand attention, it just is. But the most important thing, of course, was the magical skill set of the body's previous owner. In Asgard, magic was the term for all fields of creative knowledge that went beyond mere craftsmanship. There was no division between mystical and natural sciences here, probably because for the Aesir, the mystical facet of the world was just as tangible as the physical one. Odin's kingdom was a true techno-magic civilization. High-level tech like artificial intelligence, anti-gravity, and nanomachines existed in tight symbiosis with classical magic as understood on Earth. True, fireballs and ice arrows weren't really a thing in the Asgardian tradition. For those purposes, they used enchanted weapons. Although masterpieces like Mjolnir or Gungnir were rare, lesser enchanted gear was common enough. So, while my brain was having a miserable time processing the new reality, my hands and the rest of my body were busy checking reflexes and practical knowledge, making sure everything in Loki's arsenal was available to me. The results were pleasing. I could create any illusion, solid enough to land hits on an enemy during a fight, fully shift my physical form, turning into a giant snake was a go, use telekinesis, store items in a pocket dimension, and perform plenty of other little tricks. I figured mind magic wouldn't be an issue either, my predecessor was a master of that too. But several hours had passed since I woke up. No matter how vast the arsenal of the god of magic was, I had already tested everything I could test alone. Stalling any longer was just stupid. It was time to get the hell out of this world. Regrettably, I couldn't take much with me. Just Loki's personal items, a number of artifacts from his collection, and a few hundred magic books kept in his chambers. He had already read all those books, so they weren't strictly necessary, but I figured I might as well strain myself to carry them. Where else was I going to find literature on magic? The artifacts were mostly useless, carrying more cultural and nostalgic value than power. They were souvenirs from campaigns across the 9 realms and victories over various troll shamans or other magic-dabbling critters within Asgard's sphere of interest. As for personal items, a few enchanted outfits capable of easily transforming to suit specific needs were always stored in his pocket dimension. The same went for his favorite daggers, which he preferred over other weapons. Aside from that, the God of Mischief didn't really own much. In this regard, Loki was no different from any other healthy male, quite unpretentious and ascetic. I would have loved to swipe something from the vault, of course, but Odin watched that place like a hawk. He'd notice an intrusion instantly, and I wasn't enough of a greedy kleptomaniac to risk my life for a shiny bauble. However, what I was ready to do, what I had to do, was sow some confusion and try to secure myself against potential fallout. I figured a properly worded farewell note would work almost as well as the cannon touching the casket of ancient winters in front of Odin moment. So, I grabbed a sheet of paper from the desk and recalled the Asgardian script. Doing it was barely harder than saying it. In my past life, thoughts rarely flowed so easily into coherent sentences on paper or a screen. Here, composing the letter took zero effort. It was probably the result of this brain's rich experience in inventing excuses on the fly. But what difference did it make? The result, in my opinion, was a bit dry and bilious, but that was probably for the best. I found out who I am. And who my real father was. You were both born to be kings, I remember that phrase well, Odin. Though I don't know how to feel about it now. Or who I was in your eyes. A son? Or just a tool, a useful hostage? I need to think about a lot of things, so I am leaving Asgard. If you truly consider yourself my father, then please, do not look for me. When the time comes, I will return on my own. Also, pass my congratulations to Thor. In light of this new information, I realize the throne could never have been mine anyway. This new information explains a lot about my life, actually. However, it would be petty to hold a grudge over that right now. So good luck, Thunderer. It was fun with you, but now I need to go to understand and figure out who I really am. Best regards, Loki, son of Laufey. Rightful heir of Jotunheim. Scanning the desk where I left the note, and then the chambers I might never see again, I walked out the door. I wondered who would find the message. Although, either way, Odin was in for a fun time. I felt the urge to laugh villainously, being the God of Mischief was leaving its mark, but back to the issue at hand. If a guard tried to check on me, the fact that the Alfather had been hiding the son of his archenemy would become public knowledge very quickly. That would leave quite the aftertaste. In that scenario, I definitely wouldn't have to worry about Aesir wanting to bring the prodigal son back. On the contrary, they'd be glad the Jotun spawn had left Asgard's walls. At the same time, no one would do anything stupid like trying to kill me. Odin did name Loki his son, and he wouldn't appreciate an attack on a member of his family, to put it mildly. If Thor found the note after barging in to ask why his brother missed the most solemn moment of his life and didn't bow to the new king, the result would be roughly the same. That not-so-bright god never knew how to keep his mouth shut, he'd spill the beans to his buddies for sure. And they would spread the good news, unless the news reached Odin faster and much more explosively. In the unlikely event that the Alfather himself came down, the old man would feel a bit unpleasant, maybe even hurt. But that would be it. He'd either tell Thor everything in private, strongly requesting him to keep quiet, or he'd say something like I sent Loki on an extremely important and urgent mission. Whatever happened, I genuinely hoped this move would either free me from the intrusive supervision of my relatives entirely or at least give me a head start. Lost in thought, I didn't notice reaching the necessary corridor. The path of shadows began right here. This was exactly the route Loki had considered using to bring the giants from Jotunheim, but for me, it would serve as a road to other places. Getting to Earth this way would be harder, but harder didn't mean impossible. Taking one last breath of my hometown air, I tore open space with a sheer effort of will, revealing a passage into the realm of eternal twilight. And I took a step forward. Shadow walking isn't the most pleasant experience. Even as a master of magic with a natural talent for the subtle arts in general and their darker branches in particular, sliding along the underbelly of the world couldn't be called fun. It was no wonder the original Loki preferred the Bifrost when he had the option. I didn't have that option. So I had to grit my teeth and push through the twisting, dancing metrics, where 3 dimensions flowed into just 2, then immediately expanded into an 8-dimensional space, only to snap back to a mostly normal 4 or 5-dimensional state. Even though I had memories of walking these paths, I was experiencing it for the first time. So, when I stepped out into a snowy little forest illuminated only by starlight and the distant lights of a highway, I let out a sigh of relief. Made it. Now I just needed to make sure I was still reliably hidden from the gaze of all interested parties, and then I could finally go meet some people. Add this to your library for more chapters. Chapter 3, that's new. Northern Alberta, Canada. My initial fear that I'd landed in Russia, somewhere near Magadan, turned out to be happily mistaken. As it turns out, vast desolate expanses, crappy roads leading from nowhere to nowhere, and endless snow aren't exclusive to just those. Canada boasts them too. Nice country, by the way. Beautiful. But big. Even though I'm a representative of a divine race and technically can't get tired or freeze to death, trudging along an empty highway for 15 hours straight isn't exactly my idea of a good time. And I don't have the tesseract for instant travel. In fact, I hope I never get my hands on it, or any other infinity stone. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I have zero desire to mess with semi-sentient embodiments of mystical forces that have a nasty habit of corrupting their user's mind. Every cloud has a silver lining, though. The long, solitary walk finally helped me curb the hysteria and sort through my thoughts. No, I haven't suddenly started loving this world and its inhabitants. To be honest, I seriously considered the option of triggering a nuclear war on Earth. And it was a solid idea. I won't die from radiation or hunger, and I can wait out the hot phase in some neighboring realm. Thanos wouldn't give a damn about a radioactive Earth, well, aside from finding the stones, but the main point is he likely wouldn't bother wiping out whoever survived the fallout. Meanwhile, I could calmly figure out how to bail on this universe for good. Brilliant plan. But since the White House is a long walk away, I'll shelve that for later. In any case, the thought of living in the MCU isn't making me cringe as much anymore, which is a good sign. I should probably be disturbed by the ease with which I'm ready to organize the mass slaughter of innocent sapients, my own species until very recently. But, the thought of killing 7 billion people doesn't stir anything inside me. It's too abstract, too numerical, impersonal. And it's too easily overridden by the knowledge that death is not the end. But the thought of that specific, kind-hearted guy dying, the one who stopped his truck for me on the highway, offered me a lift to town, and even treated me to hot coffee? That gets a reaction. A negative one. And that's excellent. It proves I haven't completely lost my mind and that nothing human is alien to me, I'm just, in a state of shock. Probably. But I'm still in shock sounds a lot better than turns out I've always been a scumbag, and removing social pressure plus gaining superpowers just cut the brakes and revealed my true, rotten nature. Anyway, by the end of my first day on Earth, I finally reached civilization. And if anyone says a bus station in a backwater town filled with bearded truckers and bikers isn't civilization, they've clearly never visited a troll bandit settlement on the border of the 9 realms. And what's the name of this town? I asked my companion as I climbed out of the truck. No language barrier issues here, divine races can understand any spoken language, with rare exceptions, and make themselves understood just as easily. Laughlin City. The hot dogs here are crap, but the steak isn't bad, the man answered, wrapping his jacket tighter against the fresh wind. I never did ask his name. I'll keep that in mind, I said, smiling as I surveyed the surroundings. A few minutes later, I was walking into a white, barn-type building that served as a hotel, restaurant, and entertainment center. The locals entertained themselves with fights in a makeshift cage arena in the center of the room. Inside, some shaved-headed Hulk was currently stomping on another muscular guy. My black winter coat, transmuted from Asgardian clothing, clashed a bit with the setting due to its dapper neatness, but, largely, nobody gave a damn. The crowd was making noise, cheering the fighters, smoking, drinking, and engaging in other cultural leisure activities. I had no money, naturally, but this place was perfect for testing the magic responsible for influencing perception and minds. However, before I could spot a victim for a harmless experiment, a collective gasp from the crowd drew my attention to the arena. Something interesting was happening. The man who had just been getting kicked was standing up, while his opponent looked like he'd just broken his right hand. A second later, the guy who got up landed a left hook, throwing his opponent into the cage wall. The other guy went swimming, losing his orientation, managed a weak step sideways, caught a leg sweep, and then a finishing headbutt. He went down like a sack of potatoes, out cold. But that wasn't the interesting part. The interesting part was the winner's face. The triple ring of the gong coincided with a thoughtful expression appearing on my face, while the announcer bellowed to the hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the winner and remaining king of the cage, the Wolverine." Well, isn't that a lucky break? My lips whispered beneath the roar of disapproval from spectators who had clearly lost money on the bets. So, something here doesn't add up. The unshaven mug of the most famous mutant with a keen nose was right there, a few meters in front of me, cigar already clamped between his teeth, but this was wrong. The Marvel Cinematic Universe that features Loki is not the universe that features the X-Men. Their timeline happens in its own delirious reality, with toxic adamantium and half a dozen contradictory plot twists. Yet here I was, Loki, and in front of me stood Wolverine, who had just beaten some guy in a fighting ring in a grimy provincial town. Speaking of which, this scene reminds me of something. Wait, is there by any chance a lost-looking teenage girl in a hood somewhere nearby? My gaze quickly swept over the crowd and, sure enough, spotted a small figure wrapped up to her nose in a light dark green coat, clutching a large bag. Her face practically screamed in capital letters that this was her first time at an event like this. And her face was familiar to me, too. Chapter 4, I know Kung Fu. Well, that's just great. I wonder, did I accidentally stumble from one franchise into another, or is this even worse than I initially thought? Instead of just the Avengers' drunken brawls with Hydras, Ultrons, and Thanoses, does this world also feature a psychedelic marathon of X-Men vs Sentinels, Apocalypse, and 2 separate pirate copies of the Phoenix, all accompanied by interspecies race wars? Any other takers willing to try their luck with the champion? The flabby man with the microphone began to call out while I pondered. God is my witness, that was an excellent match, and it deserves a beautiful finale. What do you say? A new wave of noise from the audience sparked another thought. I'd already tested my predecessor's magical abilities fairly extensively, but I couldn't say the same for his combat skills. And Loki was a very capable fighter. Physically, he was weaker than Thor and didn't particularly enjoy face-to-face brawls. But his rivalry with his brother had forced him, willy-nilly, to diligently study the martial arts. As I knew from the future, he was fully capable of fighting Thor on equal footing. Testing myself on ordinary humans would be, to put it mildly, pointless. But a fight with a mutant regenerator, specifically a fight that was guaranteed not to be lethal, could be exactly what I needed. I could worry about the problem of merging space-time continuums later. Especially since no one else seemed eager to challenge Logan, which meant the show was likely about to wrap up. "Will you watch my coat, darling?" I called out to Rogue, having already made up my mind and shrugged off my outerwear. "Hey!" The mutant girl turned to me in confusion, only to immediately find a bundle of clothes in her hands and a charming smile from Loki's collection of best smiles aimed at her face. Since I'm wearing this name now, I need to get used to killing 2 birds with every stone. If only she were the femme fatale from the '92 animated series, or the cute goth hedgehog from the 2000s Evolution show. But alas and alack, beautiful girls were not shipped to this universe. The local rogue barely qualifies as cute, certainly not beautiful. Making sure my coat wasn't about to slip from the hands of the slightly bewildered lady, I headed for the arena entrance. My approach was noticed immediately. "Oh! Looks like we have a contender after all," the organizer rejoiced. "Hey, Kid, aren't you a little scrawny for this? Covering the microphone with his hand, he leaned toward me as soon as I was close. Don't worry, I know Kung Fu, I replied with a smirk right to his face. Well, it's your funeral, the referee, who was also the bookie and whatever else this guy did, shrugged. Rules are simple, no hitting the balls, bare knuckles only, last man standing wins. You drop Wolverine, $300 are yours. He drops you, no complaints allowed, got it? Perfectly, I nodded, and the organizer finally stepped aside, letting me into the cage where a grim, unshaven, shirtless type was already waiting at the far end. Aren't you afraid of ruining that pretty face, kid? Logan greeted me politely. You know, a moment ago I just wanted to stretch my legs a bit. But now I have a distinct desire to beat you like a god beats a turtle, I smiled broadly and joyfully in his face. Pity I'm the only one here who gets that joke. Yeah, don't hurt yourself, pipsqueak, Wolverine grunted. Shall we begin? Not that I'm in a huge rush, but it must be hard for an old man like you to stay on his feet for so long. I tilted my head to the side. Hat, you've got a mouth on you, the mutant's grin widened. Then he lunged at me and, with a short, snapping motion, fired a straight right at my jaw. Or rather, tried to. The body reacted almost on its own, with minimal input from the mind, a small step back and to the side, a twist of the torso to intercept the arm, and follow the momentum. Ha, looks like the kid wasn't joking about Kung Fu. Just look at that airtime, ladies and gentlemen. But I doubt that'll be enough to take down our undefeated champion. Humph, alright then, Logan, who found himself on the floor after being thrown into the cage wall, stood up and theatrically cracked his neck. You've got some moves. Now the mutant acted much more cautiously and less straightforwardly. He tried to circle me, feinting with deceptive strikes and lunges, but I was faster, stronger, and possessed 1,000 years of combat experience, specifically in melee and weapon combat, even if it wasn't originally mine. Logan was a veteran, of course, and extremely experienced too, plus he had his animal instincts. But right now he had amnesia, and his combat history was mostly either with claws or using more traditional mortal tools like rifles and rocket launchers. And he was used to fighting ordinary humans, which played a role. Loki's experience was incredibly diverse. Opponents with abilities far exceeding human limits were the norm for him, not the exception. This, by the way, was one of the main reasons Asgard used cold weapons as their primary armament. Many races, the Aesir included, were nearly invulnerable to purely physical damage, whether it was a bullet or a blaster bolt. To inflict life-threatening injuries, you needed weapons with a magical component. Enchanting every bullet is impossible even in a techno-magic civilization, magic is too individual, you can't put it on an assembly line. But enchanting a sword or armor? Very doable. Especially considering you only have to do it once every 5,000 years, which is the average lifespan of an Asgardian, and they generally use the same weapon their whole life. So, every one of Logan's strikes was smoothly deflected, only occasionally meeting a hard block. And every block or deflection was followed by a counterattack. And every time, it turned out to be quite nasty, or rather, devious. Chapter 5, Simple Tricks. So, every one of Logan's strikes was smoothly deflected, only occasionally meeting a hard block. And every block or deflection was followed by a counterattack. And every time, it turned out to be quite nasty, or rather, devious. A feint toward the face just to cover a low kick to the knee? Obviously. A jab into a nerve cluster to deaden the arm? Naturally. A kick under the diaphragm to cut off his breath? As it turned out, I love it, I know it, I practice it. My fighting style was becoming very, very dirty, and I couldn't do a thing about it. But there was one teeny tiny problem with all this. Winning against Wolverine in this match was still unrealistic. All these punches and kicks were less than mosquito bites to his regeneration. It was like throwing peas against a wall. I wasn't even sure if choking him out would have any effect. Maybe hitting him hard enough to cause a concussion would knock him out instantly, though even that likely wouldn't last more than 10 seconds. Of course, there was always the magic option, but that would be completely unsportsmanlike. Alright, I learned what I wanted to know. I'll practice a few more moves on the increasingly feral dummy, and then wrap this up. Listen, is this your actual tactic? After a few minutes of this fight, I sensed even the audience was starting to get tired, so I decided to finish it. Just tanking hits until your opponent gets too fucking bored. Go to hell. Logan replied, picking himself up off the floor once again and spitting blood. He must have bitten his tongue. Nah, I'm actually exhausted, but I don't want to get punched in the face. A snap of my fingers. Suddenly, we appeared to be in the center of a hologram. The me in the illusion missed a block, and the Wolverine, who had just gotten up, intercepted the strike and threw his opponent. As soon as the illusory me tried to rise, Logan punched him in the gut, and immediately after, slammed a fist into the spine of his doubled-over foe, literally driving him into the ring floor. Yeah, that turned out pretty brutal. Physics tested and approved. Now for the next section, optical illusions combined with mental suggestion, just to ensure the audience overlooks certain nuances. What the hell is this? The mutant tensed up. Just an illusion. I shrugged, a half-smile tugging at my lips out of reflex. I wanted to warm up against a suitable opponent. Goal achieved. Continuing to settle things with fists against a regenerator would be just plain stupid. I'm in no rush, obviously, but I wouldn't mind grabbing a bite to eat, preferably tonight, not a week from now when one of us finally collapses from exhaustion. My right eye winked slyly at my opponent of its own accord. The real Loki's muscle memory clearly wasn't limited to just his arms and legs. Gotcha, Logan grunted. His gaze shifted, the beast within clearly ready to pounce but held in check. Wasn't exactly a puzzle. When a bruise on your opponent's cheekbone vanishes in under a second. I watched with interest as the Mirage Wolverine delivered a heartfelt kick to the kidneys of my double. It's hard not to realize something's fishy. Especially when you know a few tricks yourself. Right. So what happens now? The wariness hadn't left him. Nothing. I get knocked out, you get your prize, I recover a bit later, grab my coat from the girl, and go find a table. I heard the steak here isn't bad. And I hope that comment about the ring wasn't a joke. Is that it? His paranoia was starting to get annoying. What else is there? No, nothing. Excellent. Alright then, let's take our places. The ref had just finished counting over the knocked-out contender and was announcing the winner, lamenting that while the rookie had a great run, the old veteran proved once again he wasn't ready for the scrap heap. Having finished the show for the audience, just as promised, I left the cage and quickly spotted Rogue in the crowd. She was staring at me even more wide-eyed than she had at Logan. No wonder, I'd let her see the reality layered over the illusion. Even without hearing my chat with Wolverine, she had plenty of reasons to be freaking out. Not tired? I asked, flashing a fresh, charming smile as I plucked my coat from her hands. No. Not at all, the girl stammered, shaking her head, her eyes glued to my face. Wonderful. With a single motion, the coat was back on my shoulders. I gifted Rogue one last smile and headed for the bar, causing everyone around us to lose sight of me after just a few steps. Human minds yielded to magical suggestion with surprising ease. But even though I'd mentioned wanting to eat, my experiments weren't finished yet. I needed to gather intel on this reality. The easiest way was scheming the memories of the locals, and I planned to get on that immediately. This trick had nothing to do with classical telepathy, aside from the fact that it involved reading memory. The principles were completely different. In any case, I needed to start with something simple. As for Logan and Rogue, nothing was going to happen to them in a couple of hours. They'd have time to digest what they saw. The next morning. The town didn't impress me. No library, no cinema. Even the stores felt like gas stations. Sometimes literally. True, I did find French fries in one of them, which I was now happily devouring as I walked through the fresh snow toward the hotel doors. If things were truly terrible, this universe would be painted in noir tones, but I didn't feel like Professor Snape surrounded by Potters and Weasleys just yet, so life was bearable. My magical inquiries had ended successfully. Even scheming someone else's memory didn't break my mental block or turn me into a psychopath with a third personality. In general, viewing other people's memories via magic felt very different from perceiving Loki's memories in my own head. Maybe that's why he couldn't do anything about my arrival. Chapter 6, Memory Searching. In general, viewing other people's memories via magic felt very different from perceiving Loki's memories in my own head. Maybe that's why he couldn't do anything about my arrival. However, how that arrival happened remains a mystery to me. I didn't remember the circumstances of my death in my past life as a human, nor did I remember what the very last chronological memory was. It was roughly the same with Loki, though to a lesser extent, I remembered the day before the insertion, but as for the God of Mischief entering his chambers and what he did there, blank. On one hand, that sucked. On the other, ignorance is bliss. For some reason, I felt that in my situation, that was a very accurate sentiment. In any case, after asking for help from a few volunteers, I managed to piece together a rough picture of the world around me. First, Tony Stark had indeed already been captured by terrorists, built his armor, and heroically returned, managing to announce to the whole world that he is Iron Man. And, to be honest, on this side of the Canadian border, people generally didn't give a damn about those events. For the local workers, the question of who would win the next football game on TV was far more pressing. Stories about a rich psycho in a padded iron jacket were treated just like that, stories about a rich psycho. No one is surprised by their quirks anymore. Second, the Hulk had already appeared, but also on the level of some green man, maybe from Mars, maybe Venus, maybe a government lab, caused a riot somewhere, just like the brothers in Brooklyn. It was almost forgotten. Nobody knew where he was or how he was doing, but he definitely hadn't been rampaging lately. And finally, the mutant problem. It was a trend right now, and all the media outlets were hyping it up, but nobody had really seen any mutants. That is, they supposedly exist, so the TV says, but they also kind of don't, because, well, a mere mortal couldn't just walk out and meet one on the street. Nobody knew about the X-Men, Spider-Man, or the Fantastic Four yet. I particularly regretted the last one. I always liked Julian McMahon's portrayal of Victor Von Doom, but they hadn't heard of him here either. In short, I spent a productive night, incidentally becoming $500 richer. People shouldn't invite the God of Mischief to play cards, even if he looks like a harmless dandy. The hotel from yesterday greeted me with sleepy silence and the lethargic shuffling of staff sweeping up near the arena. A mustachioed trucker was asleep on a large sofa near a side table, a couple of people were eating breakfast at another. The TV behind the bar was quietly playing pop music. The bartender in a red plaid shirt was wiping a glass. And in front of him sat a lost, huddled figure in a hooded coat, with a large bag resting at her feet. Crumpling the empty bag and flicking it halfway across the room into a bin where the cleaners dumped trash, I marched openly toward Rogue, hiding from no one. "Got coffee?" I mimed a yawn for the bartender. The girl, next to whom I sat, flinched and side-eyed me. The man clearly recognized me too. He nodded silently and flipped the switch on the electric kettle. "And a couple of cheese sandwiches," I added to the order, placing a $10 bill on the counter. "Heated?" the bartender asked, nodding at the microwave. "No need." Asking nothing more, the man walked over to the kitchen window and relayed the order. At that moment, Logan approached from the opposite side of the bar, dressed like a typical local regular. He noticed us only after sitting on the furthest stool, and only because Rogue, agitated by my appearance, was looking at him like he was some kind of monster. She was looking at me the same way, but I expected that. Wolverine, however, was drawn by that look from a random neighbor. After that, his eyes shifted to me, reflecting mild bewilderment. It seemed my disguise could fool his animal senses too. Actually, that wasn't surprising. Scent is just as obvious a parameter as color or weight, and any invisible person should know how to hide those first. Hiding magic and a spiritual imprint is much harder. In response to the attention, I simply nodded in greeting, my entire demeanor showing that I didn't care about anything other than my order. Logan was satisfied with this and, pulling out a cigar, tried to pretend my presence didn't concern him. Actually, he managed that quickly, since Rogue kept staring, and her expression naturally drew attention to herself. "Gimme a beer," Wolverine asked, turning to the bartender who was just counting out my change, and slapped his own bill on the table. He got his request faster than I did, but not by much. The kettle had just boiled, and they brewed me some local instant slop, not sparing the sugar bowl. The slop turned out to be tolerable, and when the sandwiches arrived from the kitchen, life became quite good. And by the way, Rogue obviously had no money. At least, she was sitting with a glass of water and tracking the first sandwich I bit into with such a hungry look that I involuntarily paused mid-chew. Realizing her interest had been noticed, the girl immediately became embarrassed and looked down. Even though questions bubbled up inside me like, how did she end up in Canada with no money, and how did she plan to survive, that didn't stop me from silently sliding the plate with the remaining culinary masterpiece toward her. "Hey," the mutant girl was confused. "What?" "Believe me, I don't mind when girls look at me with longing," I said to this Miss Extreme Tourism, playing with my face in true Loki style, "but the gastronomic interest in your eyes is unnecessary. Go ahead, eat it. I'll order more." I nodded to the bartender in a repeat gesture. Luckily the change he'd given me was still on the table so I didn't have to reach far. "Thank you," clearly feeling out of place, the girl nevertheless readily grabbed the sandwich and hurried to take a bite. Chapter 7, Lift. "Thank you," clearly feeling out of place, the girl nevertheless readily grabbed the sandwich and hurried to take a bite. Ellis Island, once the arrival point for thousands of immigrants to our shores, is opening its doors once again, the announcer's voice began to broadcast on the TV as soon as a music video ended. Preparations for the United Nations Summit are practically complete, and since nearly all invitees have confirmed their attendance, this summit promises to be the most representative in history. Leaders from over 200 nations will discuss a wide range of issues, including the state of the global economy, arms treaties, and the phenomenon of mutation and its impact on our lives. Many American lawmakers continue to insist that the discussion of the mutant question remain center stage. I was about to make a joke about how that desire was very logical, considering the information that about 50 state-of-the-art missile systems with radioactive warheads, the very ones Stark built his first mini-arc reactor from, and later destroyed as Iron Man, had leaked from their warehouses into terrorist hands, but I didn't have time. Two men approached the peacefully beer-sipping Wolverine from behind. I recognized one as the Hulk from yesterday who'd taken a good hit to the head from Logan. The hematoma was impressive and very colorful. "You owe me," the injured man said, touching Wolverine on the shoulder to get his attention. "Don't do it," the second guest tried to reason with him in a half-whisper, attempting to pull him back, but the shaved-headed guy brushed him off without looking. "No human could take a hit like that," the failed fighter continued to press, his voice slightly louder but still calm. Logan grazed him with a brief glance and turned away, taking another drag of his cigar. "Don't, let's go," the second man tried again to lead his friend away from the bar. "I know what you are." Brushing him off again, the shaved guy leaned into the mutant's ear. "You're a... You lost your money," Wolverine interrupted coldly, irritation reflecting on his face. So get lost. Washing down my sandwich with the hot drink, I watched with great interest to see what would happen next. Part of me hoped Cannon would go up in flames, but the other part no longer believed it. There had been too many coincidences back in Asgard to hope for unpredictability in this world. And that part was right. Gritting his teeth, the victim of yesterday's fight took a step back, but only to pull out a knife and try to shove it under Logan's ribs. "Look out!" Rogue shrieked frantically, having also been watching the conflict unfold with wide eyes. Wolverine immediately dodged sideways, letting the hand with the knife pass him by, but he couldn't restrain himself after that. If he had just slapped the guy and grabbed the unlucky assassin by the lapels, everything would have been fine. But his temper failed him. Besides pinning the attacker against the nearest vertical beam supporting the second floor, the mutant popped his claws, pointing them threateningly at the victim's throat. "Hey," I called out to the bartender, who had frantically pulled a pump-action shotgun from under the counter. "Don't turn my breakfast into a vulgar shootout." The guy asked for it. "You with him?" The barrel was instantly pointed at my face, causing Rogue sitting next to me to pale sharply. "Come on, get the hell out of here." This was addressed to both me and Wolverine. "How rude." A smirk climbed onto my face on its own. Loki responded to all of Fate's blows with a smirk, and I couldn't do anything about his reflexes yet. And here I was about to leave a tip. A brief gesture with my fingers activated the spell. The illusion settled like a glove, and the man saw the shotgun in his hands transform into a snake. A scream from one of the female customers coincided with him throwing the reptile away. The terrified man recoiled, crashing back first into the shelves of bottles. The snake fell to the floor and hissed threateningly at its recent owner. People in the hall froze, looking warily at Logan and me, afraid to move a muscle. "Why?" Wolverine's sharp gaze bored into my face. "I don't like having weapons poked at me." I shrugged. "Besides, breakfast is ruined anyway." I stood up, knocking back the last drops of my coffee. "You wouldn't happen to be heading to the next town, would you? Give me a lift?" "I'm afraid it'll be rather difficult for me to find a travel companion now." I cast a suggestive glance at the terrified patrons. "A dandy like you doesn't have his own wheels." Wolverine growled, still baring his teeth in irritation, his claws not moving an inch from the shaved guy's neck. "Getting a driver's license was remarkably difficult in my village," I replied with a conspiratorial air, dramatically adjusting the lapels of my coat. "Grr," the mutant grunted shortly. Either he accepted the answer, or he decided I was hinting that I didn't want to discuss details in front of strangers. Either way, his claws retracted into his fist with a sharp snick. Shooting a hateful glare at the man who had tried to knife him, Logan grabbed his half-finished bottle from the counter and headed for the exit. "Don't fall behind," he threw over his shoulder as he passed. I offered a playful wink to Rogue, who was frozen in shock, tipped my imaginary hat to the other customers, and followed him. At that moment, a middle-aged waitress emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate with 3 fresh sandwiches, my second order. Seeing the snake at her boss's feet, she froze, struck dumb with horror. "You look enchanting," I told the service worker with a dazzling smile as I breezed past, deftly plucking the plate from her hands without breaking stride. Logan, walking ahead, shot me a brief glance that clearly read, "I do not approve of this behavior." "What?" "I paid for them," I shrugged carelessly, forcing him to turn away. A moment later, I was sitting in the cab of a battered truck, some kind of camper van hybrid. Looking in the side mirror, I spotted a thin figure in a green hooded coat and a huge bag scurrying toward us. Logan, now behind the wheel, was clearly too irritated to notice the commotion in the parking lot. Meanwhile, the girl reached the trailer hitched to the back and climbed inside. Risky little lady. I was sure right up until the last second that she was going to knock on the cab door. Chapter 8, Unexpected Passengers. Wolverine. Same time, same place. Starting the engine, Logan side-eyed his unexpected passenger. The sleek kid, who you'd be hard-pressed to guess was a day over 25, was lounging comfortably in the passenger seat, watching the street go by as if nothing had happened. Where he had managed to stash the stolen plate of sandwiches was a complete mystery, just like everything else about him. The stranger's long dark hair was slicked back perfectly and hadn't lost that perfection even when he was bouncing around a sweat-stinking ring, putting any monkey to shame. His clothes were more suited for a gala or a bohemian party in New York than for the Canadian backwoods. But the owner of the emerald cufflinks, the black tie, and the shirt so snowy white it made Logan's teeth ache just imagining the starch, clearly didn't give a damn. Even the scarf draped around his neck with its green pattern looked less like warm clothing and more like a luxurious accessory designed to highlight the owner's exquisite style. But the most baffling thing was that Logan couldn't catch his scent at all. It was as if the passenger seat was empty, no human smell, not even the smell of his clothes. The kid could fight, too. In a way Logan couldn't recall ever seeing before. And it wasn't just skill. Logan himself had never chased the title of martial arts master, seeing neither point nor interest in it, but the kid was definitely physically stronger than him. Maybe not tear down walls with bare hands strong, but Logan definitely wouldn't want to arm wrestle him. And considering Wolverine was 2 or 3 times stronger than an average man of his build, and this fancy pants looked much leaner, it didn't add up. The final riddle was his parlor tricks with illusions, or whatever the hell that was. Logan didn't understand magic crap, so he decided not to clog his head with it. They set off in silence and drove in silence. Accustomed to loneliness, the man had no desire to start a conversation, and his passenger apparently felt the same. Someone else in Logan's shoes might have tried to satisfy their curiosity, taking advantage of the opportunity, but the lone drifter didn't like poking his nose into other people's business. Other people's business always meant problems, and he had enough of those. Right now, the accidental hitchhiker's secrets didn't concern him and weren't getting in his way, and that suited Logan fine. It suited him even more that the guy wasn't pestering him with questions or complaining about the tobacco smell. As for anything else, Logan was prepared to think about it closer to lunch, or dinner. However, after 20 minutes on the road, the man noticed a strange sound coming from the trailer. The wheels didn't sound right. While they were driving through town, he hadn't paid attention to it, but out on the quiet highway, he couldn't help but listen. Eventually, he pinpointed exactly what was scratching at his enhanced hearing. The forest road was empty this early in the morning, the sun hadn't really risen yet, and it was cloudy today. Logan calmly stopped the car right in the lane and killed the engine, shoving the keys into his pocket. Gotta check something, he deemed it necessary to explain to the passenger, though judging by the guy's look, he didn't particularly care about the reason for the sudden stop. Climbing out and noting the lack of a sound of the other door opening, Wolverine sighed. Checking his pocket for the keys one more time, just in case, he headed for the trailer. A fresh breeze slightly diluted the sweet bitterness of the cigar in his mouth, wet snow crunched under his boots, and pristine silence surrounded them. He inspected the wheels and the hitch critically. Everything looked fine. But the moment he puzzledly shifted his cigar from one corner of his mouth to the other, his sensitive hearing caught a rustle coming from under the canvas covering the trailer. Taking 2 slow steps closer, Logan began to distinguish other interesting sounds, sounds his motorcycle definitely couldn't be making. The bike had been the trailer's sole inhabitant for the last couple of years. And motorcycles don't breathe. Nor does the sound of an engine resemble a human heartbeat. When he saw the contents of the open trailer bed, the mutant simply took the cigar out of his mouth, impressed. The disturbance in the tarp covering his steel horse was immediately obvious. Subconsciously, he had expected something like this. If shit happens, its size can only be huge or truly massive. He might have memory problems, but his animal instincts were in perfect working order, and they promised that a day which started this badly was obligated to end just as badly. Silently poking 2 fingers at the new bulge in the tarp near the front wall, the man wasn't surprised to hear a frightened "oh" in a distinctly female voice. He yanked the cover off the illegal passenger. It was some girl in a light green hooded coat, sprawled next to his motorcycle, using her duffel bag as a pillow. She didn't look up immediately, but when she did, Wolverine recognized the face of the 17 or 19-year-old kid who had been sneaking glances at him and his other passenger all morning. "What are you doing here?" Logan asked, hastily shoving the cigar back into his mouth to calm his nerves with a drag. He wasn't asking for the name of her sleeping position, but rather what the hell she was thinking climbing into a strange man's vehicle heading into the Canadian wilderness. "I'm sorry, I just needed a ride." "I need help," the girl mumbled, squinting against the sunlight as if she'd actually managed to fall asleep on the cold metal of the open trailer bed. "Get out," he commanded shortly. Picking up her bag, he decisively tossed it out of the trailer. "Where am I supposed to go?" the stranger mumbled, starting to get up. "I don't know," Logan cut her off uncompromisingly. "You don't know, or you don't care?" the cheeky brat asked with an accusatory tone, jumping down to the ground. "You decide," the man shot back harshly. Making sure there were no other new items in his trailer, Wolverine swept a glance over the girl, who was gasping for air in confusion, and turned sharply to head back. "And what kind of help were you talking about?" Chapter 9, Rogue. "And what kind of help were you talking about?" The voice suddenly ringing out behind him made the mutant flinch. And not just him, behind the girl, who jumped in place, stood his smiling passenger as if nothing had happened. When he had managed to appear there in under a second without squeaking a door or crunching the snow was completely incomprehensible. "I'm not running a taxi service," Logan deemed it necessary to warn, realizing where this was going. And yet, his new acquaintance smirked right in the face of the girl frozen before him, a snake-like quality to his smile. Someone wasn't afraid of 2 scary guys with abilities, but climbed in to hitch a ride with them. "Should I go on, darling, or will you answer yourself?" The guy tilted his head to the side and winked slyly. Yes. I have an ability too," the girl mumbled fearfully, then swallowed. You're mutants, right? Can you help me?" "Maybe," the unwanted passenger number 1 raised his green eyes to Logan's face. "We can't just leave a teenage girl alone in the cold Canadian winter forest." The guy's lips twisted into a new smile that made Wolverine's teeth ache. "You want to walk?" the man snapped irritably. "I can easily ride in the back, there's more than enough room," the brazen whippersnapper shrugged cheerfully. Logan's fists itched badly, but the guy was right. He couldn't leave this idiot in the woods. Given her clothes and the local weather, she'd be frozen stiff in half an hour to an hour, and the traffic here wasn't exactly heavy. The mutant regenerator, who physically couldn't feel pain for more than a few seconds, felt a migraine rolling in and getting stronger. "Fine," he sighed. "Get in." He turned and headed back to the truck, where he saw the dandy still sitting in his seat. The girl was surprised too, since said dandy had just been behind her, and now he was climbing into the back of the camper. "But weren't you just?" She turned around and saw an exact copy of the man behind her. "Illusion." The guy snapped his fingers, and his copy vanished in a shimmer of yellow-green light. "But she was talking." The girl stammered, lost. "True," came the satisfied confirmation, followed by the creak of the bed from inside the van, as if someone had sat on it. "I didn't say you could sit on my bed," the older mutant grimaced in annoyance as he climbed into the driver's seat. "Don't worry, I lay down. And my coat is cleaner than this bed anyway," the embodiment of arrogance replied unperturbed, clearly getting comfortable judging by the rustling sounds. Logan pondered again whether tossing random hitchhikers out into the cold was really that bad. Especially when you really want to. His musings were interrupted by the passenger. "Do you have anything to eat?" the girl asked shyly, settling into the passenger seat. "Here," the dandy said, abruptly getting up from the bed. He stepped into the aisle and, once there, made a tricky gesture with his hands. From a kaleidoscope-like jumble of what looked like glass shards or something else entirely, the very plate of sandwiches he had swiped from the diner appeared in his hands. Was all the girl could manage. Pocket dimension, the guy explained, handing the plate to her. Very convenient for carrying personal items. Thanks, the girl nodded, then pulled off her thin gloves, completely unsuited for this weather, and greedily bit into a cheese sandwich. I'm Rogue, the girl introduced herself after satisfying her initial hunger, glancing sideways at Wolverine. And froze in anticipation. From my spot on the bed, I had a great view. It folded out from the wall right into the center of the van so conveniently, as if it were designed for a noble patrician to recline on feather beds while contemplating the work of the driver and his neighbor. Wolverine, however, was in no hurry to make contact. His entire demeanor screamed that he was fed up with passengers and would hasten to get rid of us at the first opportunity. And if we behaved badly, the get rid of method might switch from dump them somewhere to something much more rough. How did he manage to convey all that with just one sidelong glance? Talent. Unfortunately for him, I didn't care, and Rogue wasn't skilled in physiognomy and didn't parse such complex messages. Oh well, let's keep the conversation going. We are polite gods, aren't we? Loki, I introduced myself. What? Rogue turned around. HN. The brutal driver grunted and even smirked slightly, apparently acknowledging that such a name fit a charming rogue like me quite well. Am I acting too weird? Although, Nat, everything's fine. I just, and by Asgardian standards, barely a moment ago, escaped a massive clusterfuck, mentally accepted the impending local exterminatus, and decided to bail further, so why not have a little fun on vacation? My name is Loki. And no, it's not a joke. Not a surname. Not a nickname. Not an abbreviation. And not even the code name for a top-secret government project. At that last point, Logan fell into a bit of a stupor. Did I trigger some associations? Actually, maybe. I highly doubt this universe has the same idiocy where an adamantium bullet from a regular revolver could pierce an adamantium skull and scramble the grey matter, formatting the mutant's brain to zero or close to it. But amnesia caused by body fluids boiling while his bones were being infused with molten metal is quite plausible. Wolverine's regeneration is beastly, sure, but that kind of ordeal could damage neurons enough to cause amnesia. But I digress. Meanwhile, silence had settled in the truck again. The older mutant refused to respond on principle, though he seemed itching to say something about my parents' sense of humor or the size of the cockroaches in my head. Rogue probably wouldn't have minded speaking up either, but she didn't dare to be pushy. From her perspective, she'd already crossed the line of acceptable impudence long ago. Chapter 10, Surprise Attack. Rogue probably wouldn't have minded speaking up either, but she didn't dare to be pushy. From her perspective, she'd already crossed the line of acceptable impudence long ago. However, she was a teenager, so she couldn't sit in silence for long. She started looking around, searching for a topic of conversation. But, contrary to my predictions, it was Wolverine who cracked first. What kind of name is Loki? He snorted. Asgardian, I shrugged. You can also call me Loft, Loader, please don't confuse that with Loafer. Havdrung, the mocker, charming bad boy, Seguruk, no, wrong universe, copyright holders might sue me in the multiversal court. And what about you, oh my eloquent friend? I changed the subject. Logan, the mutant answered after a brief silence. And you, kid, have serious problems with your head. Nobody believes me when I tell the truth, but everybody believes me when I blatantly lie. That's why I was named the God of Lies, even though I didn't do anything special for it. I just told people what they wanted to hear a few times instead of what they definitely wouldn't believe. Reclining like the aforementioned Roman patrician on my bed and observing my squirming slaw companions, I indulged in a bit of philosophical musing. Oh, okay, whatever you say. Rogue agreed uncertainly. For some reason, I got the feeling she just decided it was safer to agree with dangerous psychos about everything. Just in case. And once again, a cozy silence reigned, though perhaps not cozy for everyone. The stowaway's problems didn't end with just a hungry stomach. After quickly dealing with the meager and, frankly, mediocre treat, and satisfying her information hunger as well, the girl began to rub her arms shivering. 10 kilometers at 50 miles an hour, with the ambient temperature around -5 degrees, how did she not freeze solid? Logan noticed the young passenger's distress too. With a suffering sigh, he cranked the heater to the max. Here, warm up, he reached out to take her hands and hold them to the vent. But the passenger flinched sharply and hastened to pull away under the regenerator's surprised gaze. It looked like the reaction of a girl who had suffered abuse. Then again, a girl like that wouldn't have climbed into a truck with two strange men, well, at least not if she hated the previous experience. But jokes aside, I already remembered why the girl had such reactions. "I'm not gonna eat you," Wolverine tried to reassure her. "Don't be offended," Rogue murmured, embarrassed. It's about my abilities. Every time I touch someone, something happens." "What happens?" Logan didn't understand. "I don't know, but they get hurt." "I see." Wolverine maintained a stony impassivity. I was starting to develop a sporting interest. Was there anything that could rattle him? Well, aside from a direct hit by an anti-tank shell, obviously. Sounds like a parasitic type mutation, I decided to explain her situation to her. "There's a guy in Mexico who needs to drain energy from other people regularly, or he'll kick the bucket himself. Though if he sucks on a mutant, his body morphs into something like a pterodactyl with delusions of grandeur. It's like the Hulk, a different personality for each form." "But you haven't been feeding on anyone in town, have you?" "No. I don't want anything like that," the girl said, actually frightened. "Then you're lucky." Rogue glanced at Logan, then turned to me. "What's that guy's name?" "Don't know his real name, never met him personally, but his nickname is apparently Terox, though I'm not sure," I told the absolute truth. It was just the truth for a different universe, but what's the difference? "And how do you know about the Hulk?" Wolverine showed curiosity. "Watched him for a while," I shrugged. "But since it's a morning of revelations, darling, tell me the secret, how did you end up in Canada alone and broke?" Rogue looked down. "Since school, I wanted to take the route from the Mississippi to Niagara Falls and up to Alaska." She fell silent. "Are all kids in America this reckless?" I looked at the back of Logan's head. "Don't ask me," the driver snapped, wearily exhaling a cloud of cigar smoke. And what can you do, Loki? Female curiosity is indestructible, regardless of the world or era." "Oh, a little bit of everything, illusions, playing with the space-time continuum, knife-throwing, oh, and I'm a renowned mind freak." I recalled an important detail, breaking into a smile. "I don't doubt it," Logan nodded grimly. Wow, I told the truth, and I was immediately and unconditionally believed. Granted, I suspect I was misunderstood, but what can you do, the world isn't perfect. And on that blissful note, our journey was interrupted by a tree suddenly flying onto the road. Logan, who hadn't buckled up after the stop, wasn't ready for such a turn of events and exited beautifully through the windshield upon impact. The buckled-in girl just jerked in her seat and lightly bumped her head, while I was unaristocratically dragged off the bed feet first. The drag wasn't far, though, so you could say I escaped with only emotional trauma. "Went in low, looks like rain," I commented on our driver's maneuver, getting to my feet and looking through the passage into the cab. Logan had flown quite a distance, almost 15 meters. That's the inertia of an adamantium skeleton for you. Oh, Rogue stirred in her seat. In one piece. Why yeah, the girl grabbed her head and tried to unbuckle her seatbelt to get out, but it wouldn't budge. But I'm stuck. Panic crept into her voice. 1 second. Leaning over the buckle, I gently manipulated the mechanism jammed by the impact. Gently, so I wouldn't accidentally break it, since Loki's strength was more than enough to crush ordinary steel. Meanwhile, Wolverine had just gotten up. With the slightly unsteady gait of a man who'd had one too many, though becoming more confident with every step, he headed toward us. Hey, you alive in there? Chapter 11, Sabertooth. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Hey, you alive in there? If I were you, I'd look around, because trees don't just fall on cars by themselves, I warned the mutant as I clicked the lock open. I didn't remember exactly how the canonical Sabertooth attack went down, but apparently, exactly like this. Just then, the bushes crunched, and the expected caveman attacked the man who had just managed to unsheath his claws. His dash was quite fast, much faster than the move Wolverine showed in the arena, which allowed him to avoid the claws, momentarily stunning Logan. And it became immediately clear that he knew exactly who he was facing, because Sabertooth, and this beast could be no one else, didn't bother trading punches. Instead, he grabbed his opponent by the jacket, spun him around, and sent him back first into the nearest tree, clearly aiming to cause at least massive spinal trauma, and at most, a concussion and knockout. We need to help him. Freed from the belt, the girl tumbled out of the wrecked van and stood unsteadily on the snow. Why? Looks to me like he's having fun. At that moment, the man clad in furs, with a face so feral even Vikings would have been respectful, decided to play baseball with Wolverine. Ripping a log out of the ground, he thoroughly walloped the clawed hero just as he started to rise. Weather's clearing up though. I followed the flight of our driver along a much steeper arc right onto our own hood. Now that is definitely a concussion. Logan agreed with me, evidenced by his motionless state. Let me through, I squeezed past the seat and hopped onto the snow next to Rogue. My appearance drew the enemy's attention, and this severe Norwegian version of Conan the Barbarian moved toward us with a genuine tiger-like growl. You know, buddy, you really remind me of a feral Viking. A strange thrill seized me. Sabertooth moved fast and was clearly strong, but neither his speed nor his strength could compare to Thor's stats, fights Loki had observed repeatedly. And from that fact followed a very simple conclusion: those stats couldn't compare to mine either. And I hate Vikings. A throwing dagger materialized in my hand, and in the next instant, it sliced through the air with a whistle and sank precisely into Sabertooth's eye. The enchanted steel, designed to kill immortals, couldn't fully overcome the mutant's purely material healing factor, but it clearly caused a lot more trouble than an ordinary knife would have. At the very least, the menacing roar immediately turned into a pained howl. I had no intention of waiting for the mutant to recover. Pulling another dagger from my pocket dimension, I sent it straight into the enemy's heart. A third one settled in my hand, instantly spawning 2 copies of itself in the hands of my own illusions. Seeing the world from 3 angles is pretty amusing. I'm not sure if, as a human, I could have maintained even basic coordination in this state, but Loki's brain was used to it. He could synchronize the actions of 3 to 5 bodies quite well, depending on the speeds involved and the uniqueness of the movements. If I needed to land one strike on one point, we could be talking about 36 pseudo-material illusions. But if each one had to attack in a unique style at a different point, that got complicated. The first strike was delivered by the copy to my left, piercing the liver. The second came from the right, under the knee. The third, my own, struck the throat. Sabretooth tried to brush them off, but I was right, his speed wasn't enough to even tag a phantom, and the hits from 3 directions kept landing. For my predecessor's memory, this was unusual. Even Volstagg, not the most agile of the Warriors 3, would hardly have let my illusion hit him more than once without managing to damage the external contour somehow. But here, I could do whatever I wanted, however I wanted. However, despite the multitude of wounds, the enemy was still alive, though he was clearly losing interest in resistance in particular and the situation in general. Nevertheless, leaving him alive wasn't part of my plan. Sweeping him off his feet with a leg sweep during another combo, I sharply brought the enchanted dagger down on his neck. The magical steel passed through flesh and bone like a knife through butter. Only then did it occur to me that I hadn't even stopped to think about the fact that this was my first kill. Blarg! Rogue articulated from somewhere near the car, clearly having caught a glimpse of my handiwork. Everyone's a critic. I felt insulted in my best feelings, examining the mutant's severed head. The realization that I had just brutally and pleasurably killed a sentient, more or less, being caused absolutely zero discomfort. After everything I inherited from Loki's memories, I suspect the feeling of squeamishness is gone for good. True, I somehow, again on reflex, managed to remain completely clean and just as elegant, despite the butcher's work and the knife bloodied to the hilt, no, that one had already absorbed Sabretooth's blood. Logan groaned a minute later as I took my hand off his head. Nothing nefarious, just a little magical stimulation to help him wake up. You've got a thick skull, but you lack the habit of taking a hit from a log, I sympathized with him. Where is that thing? Wolverine asked, sitting up on the smashed bumper and surveying the scene. In response, I silently raised my other hand, holding the severed head by the hair, and nodded at the body off to the side, which was being watched by my copy. The visible regeneration of the mangled organism had stopped, but I hadn't had time to run diagnostics yet, and without the soul forge it's tricky. That ultra-advanced techno-magic operating table remained in Asgard. Seeing my handiwork, Logan's face did something like a cheek twitch, but then he nodded silently, though he started looking at me a bit askance. What? He was a regenerator, I shrugged. And everyone knows, if you want to finish off an immortal, unkillable beast, chop off its head. I shifted my gaze to the body. Besides, he looks too much like a Viking. And I really don't like Vikings. Loki. The mutant grimaced, just, shut up. And throw that head somewhere already. Rogue, you okay? If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, really? More guests. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Loki. The mutant grimaced, just, shut up. And throw that head somewhere already. Rogue, you okay? Blarg HH. Answered the roadside ditch on the other side of the car. Well, there you go. I share food with someone free of charge, and they immediately translate it so ungracefully. I am saddened. And, this is probably also a sign of a not entirely healthy psyche, but I'm still saddened. I wanted to eat those sandwiches myself. Sigh, nobody appreciates M. Suddenly, 2 more subjects appeared on the road, spotted by the phantom. Me. Oh, 2 more. I added my own angle of vision to the illusion's eyes. Seems he wasn't alone in ambush here. I smiled cordially at the new guests. This day gets worse by the minute. Wolverine stated, standing up next to me and popping his claws. Wait, one of the uninvited guests raised a hand, or rather, she raised a hand. Perhaps I should describe the visitor's appearance in a bit more detail. There were two of them, a man and a woman. The man was nothing special, average build, brown hair, stern face, but he had a long way to go to reach Logan's level of brutality. On his eyes was a fancy visor with a red filter. As I recall from the movie, he has to reach up with his hands every time to adjust the output. In my opinion, a mediocre solution. Surely adding a power window button somewhere on his arm to waste less time in combat, without telegraphing to the enemy by raising a hand to his head that owies are coming, wasn't forbidden by his religion? In short, the real Cyclops looked exactly like the movie version. Even the stylish black suit was present, though it clearly lacked a flak jacket to become proper combat gear. Right now it was just a full leather suit with a hint of futurism, and that's it. His companion wore the same thing, though she herself was much more interesting. She looked about 25, maximum 30. White hair shimmering with silver, skin the color of dark chocolate, a perfect figure, and a beautiful face with fine features and no visible defects. She really looked like Halle Berry in her prime. Damn, she looked like a goddess, orders of magnitude more than half the women of Asgard. If my memory serves me right, in one version of the comic universe, Dracula himself was struck by her beauty and spent a decade trying to win her over with various methods, including offering immortality, throwing countless riches at her feet, the thrones of a couple of nations, singing under her window, feats in her honor, and about 12 kidnapping attempts when all of the above didn't work. And I understood the guy, damn it. This is legitimately the first truly beautiful woman I've seen in this world. And Loki's memory, by the way, can't help me here, rather, it makes things worse, it aggravates the contrast. And Storm, because this beautiful person could be no one else, continued. We are not your enemies. Moreover, we came to help. Doesn't sound very convincing, Logan raised an eyebrow skeptically. First, nobody drives down this road for a week, and then suddenly a whole crowd shows up, one after another. I must admit, my friend makes a solid point, I said, ditching Sabretooth's head and playing with the dagger in my newly freed hand, casually layering a couple of subtle allusions over us. As a certain less than honest senator once said, what are your proofs? We are not attacking you, Cyclops took a step forward. That is very far-sighted of you, I nodded with a smile, twirling the dagger in my fingers again. Your buddy wasn't quite so prudent. He is not our friend, Storm spoke again, raising her left hand as if to stop her teammate. The mutant who attacked you is named Sabretooth. He works for the leader of a secret radical mutant group. We hold different views and were sent by Professor Charles Xavier to stop this attack. He has spent many years helping mutants from all over the world, teaching children to control their abilities and hide from ordinary people. We wish you no harm, we simply want to help. Already helped, Logan snorted skeptically. My car has never been so safe from attacks. Considering we were standing against the backdrop of a hood crumpled into scrap metal and a windshield smashed out by his own body, the sarcasm, in my humble opinion, was top tier. The X-Men exchanged glances filled with a dose of confusion, performing a strange pantomime of looks from which I personally concluded that Cyclops was being blamed for something. At the very least, the expression on Storm's face, in the mildest translation, read, satisfied. I got off course, okay, the guy said, shaking his head in an all right, I give up, back off, gesture. I've never flown over the forests of Canada before. Do you have any idea how hard it is to find a landing spot for a jet around here? You. Logan shook his head, closing his eyes. You really moved me. He looked at Cyclops again, and there was so much bile in that gaze that the hapless pilot actually winced as if he'd chewed a lemon. All right, you've convinced me, I took pity on the humans, hiding the dagger up my sleeve. Seriously? Wolverine looked at me askance. Look at their clothes, I accompanied the advice with a nod. Their boss would never let his people walk around in pelts. Logan sized up the stylish black X-Men suits, shifted his gaze to Sabretooth's corpse, moved it back, sighed heavily, and retracted his claws with a snikt. Yeah, that's too stupid to be planned. The man's hand fumbled in his jacket pockets, clearly intending to retrieve a cigar. Are you alone? The blonde-haired beauty asked, heading toward us with visible relief. There's also a girl, but she's powdering her nose right now, I smiled. Hey, rogue, you alive back there? Raising my voice slightly, I asked the girl huddled on the other side of the car. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 13, X-Men. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. There's also a girl, but she's powdering her nose right now, I smiled. Hey, rogue, you alive back there? Raising my voice slightly, I asked the girl huddled on the other side of the car. Yes. I'm fine, the fan of extreme tourism answered, rising from all fours. She looked pale, but overall passable. Excellent. I turned to the X-Men who had now come right up to us. So, now that the formalities are done, let's move on to more important things. Cyclops started, but I silenced him with a sharp gesture of my right hand. In the sense that I wagged my index finger with a disapproving tisk-tisk and all that. Oh, most beautiful goddess, quickly, decisively, but gently and carefully, I took Storm's hand captive. You are obligated to tell me your name as quickly as possible so that I may imprint it upon my heart. Hey, the baffled woman blinked helplessly. Loki, god of magic, at your service, my smile widened. And now, please, quench the thirst of my soul, tell me your name. Ororo Monroe. Storm, shaking herself off, the woman tried to gather her scattered thoughts. A beautiful name, I assured her, trying to give my voice velvety intonations while gazing lovingly into the lady's eyes. Hey! Cyclops called out to me. What is happening right now? Introductions. Without breaking eye contact, I released the woman's hand and took a step back. Only then did I turn my face to Cyclops. But if you prefer something rougher, you can busy yourself building a bonfire. What bonfire? For that underbaked Viking, I waved a hand toward the corpse. He's a regenerator, and who knows how twisted his genome is. You don't want his body growing a new head, or his head growing a new body, in a week thanks to the clean local climate, after which an angry and aggressive mutant goes to take out his frustration on the nearest human settlement, do you? We will take him with us, Ororo stated very softly, without raising her voice, but firmly. Suit yourselves, I lost visible interest in the matter, dismissing the illusion watching over Sabretooth's body with a casual gesture. Then I headed toward Rogue, who was standing lost by the car on the other side of the fallen tree. Who is that? Cyclops's very quiet whisper reached me. Some psycho, Logan answered him in the same tone. Asked for a lift to the nearest town. Further communication lost the zest of novelty, and the distinguished mutants launched into a discussion of all sorts of boring but necessary details. Logan's car had given up the ghost, and the X-Men had clear instructions to bring the person Sabretooth was hunting to Xavier. True, there were now 3 suspects, meaning candidates for the true victim, but this meant only one thing. All conversations quickly boiled down to attempts to convince Wolverine to go somewhere with 2 shady individuals, abandoning all his property, business, and measured existence. And the man, in my opinion, wasn't exactly strongly against it, but he simply couldn't force himself to agree to such nonsense without truly compelling arguments from Cyclops and Storm. Unfortunately for the latter, they were tight on arguments, since even the "we can protect you" line met only sour skepticism from a regenerator with an adamantium skeleton. Things finally moved off dead center thanks to Rogue, who agreed to fly almost instantly. This allowed Storm, during the next round of arguing, to use the killer argument: if he didn't trust them, wouldn't it be better to personally ensure the girl was safe rather than relying on their word? Logan kicked against this too for a bit, trying to convince himself primarily that he shouldn't give a damn about the fate of some random girl he'd known for less than an hour, but he couldn't do it. Gritting his teeth, he was forced to agree. I didn't participate in this concert, preferring to silently admire Storm's face and quietly send a couple of phantoms to search for the spot where our new friends parked their jet. In the end, I found the spot, embarrassed Ororo to the point of uncomfortable shoulder shrugging, and even managed to study the aircraft's design slightly. In my past life, I was quite far removed from aviation and mechanical engineering in general, so I got some rather amusing sensations. Loki, as the god of magic, knew Asgardian technology inside out, as well as the tech of several neighbors in the Nine Realms with whom Asgardians regularly interacted. But Earth tech was, not exactly a dark forest to him, but perhaps more like how an advanced IT specialist from the 21st century feels when handed an early mechanical calculator. Plus, all Asgardian technology was techno-magical after all, whereas on Earth, technology developed separately from magic, which added its own note to the sensations. However, they didn't let me satisfy my curiosity for too long and politely offered to help carry the corpses. Or rather, one specific corpse. So, you want me to trust you, let you whisk me away to parts unknown for purposes unknown, and on top of that, carry the dirty, bloody corpse of a 2-meter savage, which you are the only ones who actually need, onto your plane. I raised an eyebrow skeptically, forcing Cyclops and Storm to shift awkwardly again. I'm liking you guys more and more. I abruptly switched to a positive tone, letting a reflex smirk plaster itself onto my face. Look, darling, I shot a conspiratorial glance at Rogue, black clothes, ominous red visor, transporting dead bodies across the border. We are definitely being recruited by the bad guys. We are not bad guys. Storm said, offended. Whatever you say, I snorted in response, walking over to Sabretooth. We're just illegally transporting a decapitated corpse across an international border on an illegal private jet. I love America. I effortlessly lifted the body by the scruff of the neck, holding the head in the same hand. I want to kill him already, Cyclops shared in a half-whisper. Get in line, Wolverine grumbled, adjusting the bag of belongings on his shoulder and lighting a fresh cigar. Let's go, Storm commanded shortly, catching Rogue's bewildered look and immediately marching in the right direction. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Reflection. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. The flight to New York wasn't memorable. The atmosphere on board was tense, conversation was non-existent, and there were no windows to stare out of. In short, deadly boring. I had to entertain myself with psychoanalysis and attempts to figure out if I had finally gone completely insane by voluntarily letting them take me to the strongest telepath on the planet. The conclusion was that I hadn't gone insane, I just didn't always consciously process my brain's conclusions and predictions. Existence determines consciousness, sure, but my consciousness hadn't been in Loki's body long enough to fully adapt. Meanwhile, the God of Mischief was far from a fool with a single brain cell, even by Asgardian standards. Compared to a human brain, well, he simply thought faster and could distribute his attention across dozens of tasks simultaneously without losing efficiency. I, having inherited the skills, hadn't quite gotten used to them yet and hadn't managed to transfer that baggage of intellectual abilities into the conscious column. As a result, the world seemed to become simpler and clearer all at once. Answers were ready before I consciously posed the questions, and I could act without thinking, relying purely on the sensation of what the right action would be. My conscious mind simply couldn't keep up with the information processing, so the reasoning process leading to the final conclusion slipped past my perception, though it remained in my memory. It's a hell of a feeling, actually. But back to the topic of Xavier. First, my mind was protected by magic. While this defense could theoretically be breached, doing so unnoticed, and fast enough that I wouldn't snap the telepath's neck, was physically unrealistic. Second, say what you will, but Xavier is one of the most ethical and highly moral characters in the Marvel Universe, in any of its iterations. If he were just a human whose principles allowed for immoral acts for the greater good, he would have enslaved the world ages ago, turning every government into his obedient puppets. There would be no war between humans and mutants. In other words, he isn't the type to gut a guest's brain without a truly compelling reason. Sure, there are no guarantees in this business, but hey, dealing with Xavier is definitely safer than dealing with any other power player of his level. Finally, the third point, which was apparently the deciding factor that pushed me to make contact with Logan and Rogue, the X-Men were a good start. I mean, they have resources. Resources I can use to start looking for a way out of this universe. If I hadn't risked contacting Wolverine, I would have been stuck trying to get out of Canada for weeks, not really knowing where to go. My time is limited. Even if there's no Chitauri invasion led by Loki here, I'd like to believe that since the X-Men exist, this isn't the Avengers universe and Thanos with the Infinity Stones isn't here. But that was the snag, Thanos did exist here, and Loki had heard of him, just as the stones existed. Which meant we were screwed. And that brings up another point, I don't feel like a hero. At all. Especially not after digesting the memories of the God of Mischief. After all, a hero is someone who has something to protect and is willing to lay down their life for it. In what way can I be a hero in this universe? What am I supposed to protect? Asgard, which is completely alien to me. Earth, which shares nothing with my own except Elon Musk and McDonald's. Honestly, I never would have thought it, but that media fake, I mean, Elon Musk, exists here too. Go figure, he leaked through the multiverse, as the memories of the locals informed me. But still, what is there to talk about if there is absolutely nothing native to me in this entire universe? Yes, my roof is clearly leaking, and my actions reek of inadequacy, whether it's joyfully rushing into fights, thoughts about women, the urge to troll everyone, being more of a Loki than Loki himself, or the complete indifference to killing. That's bad. I admit it. But I can't do anything about it yet. I suspect my subconscious is dealing with the stress of the transfer this way. However, even in this state of inadequacy, I do not want to, and will not, risk my life for the laurels of another Marvel movie hero. Being a hero in the MCU is dangerous, they get killed. And even if they manage to pull through and overcome everything, that doesn't mean they didn't screw up and make things worse. So, no. Bail. Just bail. Even if I'm now a psychopath for life, I am a psychopath who knows for a fact that there is more than one universe and that travel between them is possible. Therefore, all I need is to find a method of transportation. Unfortunately, I don't remember any ready-made solutions specifically within the cinematic universe, but in the Marvel universe as a global concept, they exist. Magical ones based on superpowers like mutant abilities, and even purely scientific ones. Xavier can help me tremendously with that search, at least in the beginning. Plus, it'll be much easier to figure out the realities of this world at his school than wandering through the Canadian woods on my own. And speaking of my psychopathy, there is something to it. Maybe it's echoes of Loki's habits, but I get a serious kick out of dropping another pearl of wisdom that makes everyone around me feel awkward. Not that I was a tongue-tied introvert with social phobia in my past life, but even when I made a good joke in good company, it still felt different. Here, I feel like a god. Literally. The sensation of magic, of space, the breath of the world, the physical strength allowing me to tear through steel. I like it. I definitely like it. And that includes how I can behave while doing it. It's a high. A real high. Having spent the entire flight in reflections of varying degrees of confusion and adequacy, I wasn't tired at all. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 15, Chapter 15, Point of View. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. We reached our destination by evening and descended into a hidden hangar beneath a basketball court in the twilight. I'm not kidding, if in cartoons they flew out of hangar doors in some cliffside, here they genuinely built an airfield under a basketball court that slid aside when takeoff or landing was required. It looked cool, but I was starting to suspect that Professor X allowed himself a few liberties regarding wiping the memories of those around him. Otherwise, I simply don't know how he explained himself to the construction crew that dug all this and installed the mechanisms. Although, he is rich, and money is a unique superpower in a capitalist society. Listening to our pilots chatter with half an ear, I refreshed and strengthened my magical mental defenses just in case, almost missing the moment the landing gear touched the solid surface. I had to admit, this VTOL jet had a rather soft landing. Inside the hangar, a bald, dignified gentleman in a wheelchair and a red-haired lady in a red dress were already waiting for us. Hello. My name is Professor Charles Xavier, and this is Dr. Jean Grey, the telepath introduced himself, rolling closer to the ramp. And you must be Wolverine, Loki, and Rogue. With a polite smile, his gaze swept over our faces in turn. Hey, Logan responded gruffly, looking around the underground landing pad with the expression of a man who is, on one hand, impressed, and on the other, expects nothing good from fate anymore. Good day, I nodded to the mutants, noting out of the corner of my eye with amusement how Rogue was genuinely shying away from everything. Or rather, good night. And I hope we shouldn't expect Dr. Banner to show up? His green problem isn't something I'd want to stay overnight with. I beg your pardon, the professor was surprised. As I understand it, you have a mutant interest club here, and there aren't that many guys with doctorates among mutants. So meeting two in one place makes one expect a third. And don't twirl your finger at your temple behind my back, Cyclops. I am far less insane than I seem, or more than you think, but those are details. Scott, the professor looked disapprovingly at the guy behind me. Sorry, he looked down. No, we have no Dr. Banner here, the telepath turned his attention back to us. But be that as it may, I am glad to welcome you to my home. Yeah, we get it, Logan replied. Though I still don't fully understand what all this is for. We will try to answer your questions, but I believe the hangar is not the best place for that. I suggest we proceed to my office. Fine, Wolverine agreed. Rogue, being the youngest and understanding little, preferred to nod silently. With that, the entire delegation left the room with the plane and entered a silver corridor, designed with a claim to futurism just like the landing pad. It was bright, clean, and overall very similar to the movies inside. But Xavier didn't let us examine the secret part of his home for too long, leading us to an elevator. A short ride later, we stepped out into a completely different setting, wooden panels, paintings, draperies, and various pleasant little things like clocks and bronze statuettes on cabinets. The office matched the estate, a high-quality and expensively furnished room, but without screaming luxury. I would even say it was quite cozy here. So, settling into a comfortable chair in front of the desk behind which Xavier had already wheeled himself, I continued the conversation. Allow me to start from a slight distance, the man steepled his fingers, with this place and what I do. Wolverine wasn't thrilled with the idea, but didn't go beyond a disgruntled grunt. This place is a home for gifted children. Gifted in their own way. Here we teach mutants how to control and develop their abilities, and we also protect them from the threats of the outside world. Anonymity is a mutant's best defense in a hostile society. Cyclops, Storm, and Jean were my first students, the professor nodded at the named individuals. I protected them, taught them to control their abilities, and over time, to teach others to do the same. Rogue received an encouraging smile. Most of the students are runaways. Frightened, alone, some possess such power that they are dangerous to themselves and those around them, but here they are among their own. They are accepted here and not shunned. Wow! The girl clearly liked the postulate. Can you teach me not to put anyone who touches me into a coma? We will make every possible effort, Xavier smiled again. I cannot promise it will work, but you will always have a place to stay and people who accept you for who you are. And what's the catch? The regenerator wasn't used to trusting anyone. There is no catch, Charles answered calmly. We do not hold anyone by force, and each student is free to choose what they need most. Those who wish can leave the college at any moment. And even after they finish the program, they have a choice, either return to society as educated young people or stay here to teach others and become part of our big family. Forgive me, Professor, the itch seized me again, and I simply couldn't hold my tongue, but how do these words about benevolence and protection correlate with a hidden hangar, a high-tech stealth jet, and a couple of individuals dressed in something suspiciously resembling Special Forces uniforms? This looks more like a PMC than a school for gifted kids. That is the second part of our life. In this world, there are mutants endowed with incredible power, and many of them do not share my respect for humanity, nor the idea of coexistence with humans. If they are not opposed, humanity will perish. That is exactly what everything you listed exists for, Loki. All that and much more besides. So you founded and maintain a certain group carrying specific cultural, ideological, or political doctrines, and you permit the use of violence and heavy military equipment to defend said doctrines and interests. In other words, you aren't strangers to premeditated, politically motivated violence perpetrated against non-combatant targets by subnational groups or clandestine agents, usually intended to influence an audience. Hey, we don't do anything like that against civilians. Cyclops was outraged. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Talk. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Hey, we don't do anything like that against civilians. Cyclops was outraged. So transporting corpses, weapons, and illegally crossing the border is for the benefit of the civilian population? And that's just one episode we know for a fact and even participated in. I happily slapped the armrests of the chair. Gorgeous. We have terrorist pacifists here. A rare breed. Terrorists. Rogue exhaled. It is not quite as your friend said, the elderly mutant in the wheelchair sighed sadly, although, I am forced to admit, from a formal point of view, it may look somewhat unsightly. He is genuinely unflappable. And I thought Wolverine was the stoic one. Oh, don't think I'm judging or trying to offend you, I smiled placatingly. I don't mind. After all, I am the god of mischief, deception, and wicked pranks, and what could be more mischievous than a crowd of trained and armed super soldiers uncontrolled by the authorities just a couple of 100 kilometers from Washington? Besides, the girls look incomparable in that uniform. I threw a meaningful glance at Storm. I do not wish to see my students as soldiers, the telepath objected seriously. That is precisely why some of them still have to do what they do. To protect the rest, both from ordinary people and from the likes of Magneto. "Explain what the hell this is," Logan asked wearily. He was clearly irritated by the stupid name of the potential enemy, my clowning around, and this whole situation in general. But it was okay, the man continued to hold on and overcome. One of the most powerful mutants, plotting to unleash a war between mutants and the rest of humanity. His power is the manipulation of metals, and besides that, he leads his own organization of radical mutants, of which Sabretooth was a part. Sabretooth, Cyclops, Storm. Logan looked at me askance. Loki. Hey, that's my real name. And anyway, you call yourself Wolverine. Now Magneto, the Regenerator stoically ignored my cry from the soul. Do you have a pretentious nickname too? Cart or something like that? Logan clearly intended to say something like "I've had enough, I'm leaving this madhouse," but the professor simply looked at him, and the mutant cut himself off mid-sentence. He even looked around hunted. "Fine, you convinced me. These aren't the droids you're looking for." I nodded toward Logan. "No," the professor smiled with the corners of his lips. "I merely showed that I, too, have a gift. From a young age, I realized I could influence people's minds, make them think and act as I wished. At the same time, I realized how great the responsibility must be for the possessor of such a gift. At 17, I met a boy named Eric Laneshare. He also had a gift. He could create powerful magnetic fields of a very specific configuration and thus manipulate metals. Together we began to search for other mutants and defend our rights, but he became disillusioned with this path and decided to fight humanity rather than try to coexist. That was when he became known as Magneto. And why would he send his goon after us?" Wolverine tilted his head. Judging by his expression, he had resigned himself and decided to take the information seriously. "That is what I want to find out. Give me 3 days. Until then, I invite you to stay as guests in this house." "Fine," Logan answered after some thought. "Loki, rogue. Can I enroll here?" "You know, to study." The girl didn't deliberate long. "Of course, we will always welcome other mutants," the professor smiled much more openly and warmly now. "Well, I have nowhere else to go and it makes no difference, so I might as well stay with you. Besides, I would like to discuss a few issues individually later." I felt a gentle touch on my mind. Apparently, Charles wasn't opposed to discussing topics of interest tête-à-tête even in a crowd. No, as expected, mental magic allowed me to effortlessly push the visitor out before he even reached the first line of permanent defense, the labyrinth of reflections. "Let's do without that. Believe me, it will be better for us to communicate in normal language." A certain interest lit up in Xavier's eyes, as well as in Jean Grey's. Who, by the way, while not a crocodile, was, like Rogue, at best a cute girl, but certainly not the stunning femme fatale she's depicted as in comics and cartoons. Although, by local standards, maybe she really is in the planet's top 10 beauties. Who knows how bad things are here on Earth? Me if the local Sif, a literal goddess and the premier beauty of Asgard, didn't even get decent boobs, what can one expect from Midgard? I'm already tired of whining that there seems to be only one beautiful woman in this entire verse. And I won't be surprised if she turns out to be a lesbian in the end. Very well, Xavier nodded with a placating half-smile. Your rooms will be prepared shortly. In the meantime, I suggest we proceed to dinner. You must all be hungry after the flight. Logan and I turned out to be understanding people and started to get up. Rogue followed suit, and soon the entire crowd left the office, leaving the professor alone. As he managed to mention in passing, he had already eaten dinner. However, the silence in the office didn't last long. After waiting about a minute, Charles, pointedly looking away, spoke quietly. "So, what did you want to talk about?" "Impressive," I smiled from the armchair, dispelling the illusion. We've interacted for less than an hour, yet you were already able to calculate my move and realized I would stay for a talk. Actually, I wasn't sure, the telepath answered the smile, meeting my gaze. But if you had truly left, no one would have known about my little embarrassment. Reasonable, I was starting to like this conversation more and more. But back to business. You're right, I have things to discuss with you. But the question is, are you ready to listen? Because despite all your cordiality, something tells me you still don't believe the name I gave is real. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Real God. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Reasonable, I was starting to like this conversation more and more. But back to business. You're right, I have things to discuss with you. But the question is, are you ready to listen? Because despite all your cordiality, something tells me you still don't believe the name I gave is real. All mutant names based on their abilities are real, even if they aren't written in documents. Xavier's gaze became a tad more serious. But if you wish to convince me that you are the genuine Norse God of Mischief, I will be forced to ask you to back that up with something that cannot be explained by a mundane mutation and special training. To be honest, I prefer the title God of Magic. I waved my hand vaguely, pursing my lips slightly. I wasn't named God of Mischief out of great love and respect. As for proof, bringing my hands together, I distorted the spatial metric, extracting one of my daggers from the pocket dimension. Not the best one, durability and sharpness weren't the main priorities in its creation. However, its merit lay elsewhere. My predecessor made it in imitation of Odin's Gungnir. Please, standing up from the chair, I extended the golden shimmering quillin to Charles. A medieval knight's dagger, the telepath raised his eyebrows in genuine surprise, accepting the weapon. A techno-magical artifact with a neural interface. If you grasp the hilt, you can command it to coat itself in a film of low-temperature stabilized plasma or expel a bolt of it from the tip. Unfortunately, the energy capacity of this trinket is quite modest. I made it a long time ago, but it's capable of burning a soccer ball-sized hole through a person once a minute. Alas, not everyone is so fragile, and against Aesir it's no longer very effective, so don't bother testing it on me, it won't even singe my skin. Is this a joke? The professor asked in bewilderment, still holding the dagger by his fingertips. Grasp it, and find out. I think with your abilities, figuring out the principles of mental control won't be too difficult. Just as it won't be difficult to understand that Earth science has hundreds of years to go before reaching this level, I smiled ingratiatingly with the corner of my mouth. Measuring me with a distrustful, wary gaze, yet still not attempting to read my thoughts, Xavier slowly moved his right palm to the hilt and closed his fingers. In the next instant, his face twitched slightly, hinting at an attempt to grimace, but he quickly pulled himself together and closed his eyes in concentration. For a minute, nothing happened. Charles sat motionless in his wheelchair, holding the dagger in one hand before him, looking as if he were listening to something. I knew roughly what he was doing right now, so I didn't interfere and politely kept silent. Finally, the mutant's eyes opened, and a new expression splashed in them now, as if he were simultaneously delighted and refused to believe what he saw. A second later, the blade of the quillin was coated in an orange film of magically infused plasma. That is impressive, Xavier said, examining the play of the witch fire. So these stories are true? The elder Edda, the younger Edda, the song of the Nibelungs. The man extinguished the dagger and looked up at me. Very relatively, I shook my head, grimacing with half my face. Even in this age of the internet and recording devices, people manage to distort any news 10 times a day, and others believe them despite having video evidence of real events before their eyes. So you shouldn't put too much faith in the drunken gossip of bandit savages, which was also embellished with inventions by every new generation. I understand. Xavier placed the blade on the table and straightened in his chair. And what does the real history look like? It's rather long and not terribly important for our conversation. Leaning on the armrests, I steepled my hands in front of me. What is important is that Asgard truly exists, as do Odin Alfathor, Thor the Thunderer, and... I shrugged. Me. And what are you doing on Earth? At the moment. I pretended to choose my words. I'm trying to take a break from my family. And a smile. Your wife Sigyn and children Narvi and Vali. The professor showed off his erudition. No, I shook my head, that's all human fiction. I've never been married and don't plan to be anytime soon. Didn't sire any children either. It's just that my little brother Thor's coronation is taking place in Asgard in a few months, and I don't want to see it. Besides, I haven't been to Midgard in ages. Surely you have a couple of new books, musical compositions, and good movies. You don't get along well with your brother. Xavier continued his questioning, smiling with the corner of his lips at the mention of movies. No, we get along great. It's just that while I spared no effort studying diplomacy, economics, the geopolitical structure of the universe, and other disciplines necessary for a ruler, Thor was punching giants in the face, hunting boars, and, in the intervals between these activities, throwing month-and-a-half-long drinking binges surrounded by his buddies. But in the end, he is the universally beloved hero and heir to the throne, and I am the treacherous and vile god of deceit. The universe has a sense of humor. I must apologize. That is likely a painful subject, the mutant repented with complete sincerity. Well. I pretended to ponder. It was painful about 200 years ago, but now circumstances have changed slightly, and I no longer need the throne of Asgard. In a way, I'm even enjoying anticipating what will start there under Thor's rule. A not-so-kind smirk climbed onto my face on its own. And Odin, is he? Charles fell silent, searching for words. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Condition. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. And Odin, is he? Charles fell silent, searching for words. No, he's not dying. I understood my interlocutor's difficulty. He falls into a kind of coma called the Odin sleep. He can spend anywhere from a few years to a couple of centuries in it and sort of even rejuvenate, but I'm not sure about the latter. In my memory, he hasn't entered it for a long time yet. I fell silent, sinking into someone else's memory, but quickly shook myself. So he'll have fun when he wakes up. I finished the story with appropriate joy. Is that so? Xavier chuckled. Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. But I don't think enlightening an old sick man was the exact reason you decided to arrange a private conversation. What did you want to talk about without witnesses? I would like to know what your relationship is with the government of this country and, in particular, the organization SHIELD. None whatsoever, the mutant shook his head with a knowing half-smile. I couldn't understand how he felt about the fact that I even knew that name. His expression and voice were too neutral. At one time, I tried to cooperate with the authorities, but it didn't end well. SHIELD wants to see mutants exclusively as their soldiers and special agents on a short leash. Other forces in the government would like to experiment on us to reproduce the strongest abilities. Still others would prefer to kill us. Therefore, no one I once worked with knows anything about me now, just as they don't know about this school. Are you sure you were able to scrub all the information gathered on you? I raised an eyebrow with genuine respect but also a dose of skepticism. 30 years ago, it wasn't that difficult. And even now, in the age of information technology, little has changed. Formatting hard drives is even easier than removing paper files from archives. Xavier's smile widened. Magnificent. I liked this Professor X more and more. Then the second question, what exactly are your disagreements with Magneto? Based on what I just heard, you could solve the problem of mutant discrimination literally within a month of staying in Washington. That is the essence of our disagreements. The invalid grew gloomy, somehow aging all at once. I admit the possibility of using my powers on other people, but not in the way required to accomplish what you speak of. Interfering with consciousness, with a person's personality, that is too serious an offense. It is something that, from my point of view, fully falls under the definition of a crime against humanity. Blue eyes looked sharply into mine, making it clear that their owner was completely serious. I once gave myself a word not to act that way. Even the smallest substitution of motivation and feelings is effectively the murder of the previous personality. The murder of a human being. Allow yourself to do it once, and before you know it, you'll start killing for real. First enemies, then those who disagree with you, and finally those who are different from you. I am not a saint and have made many mistakes in life, but there are too many in the world walking that path without me. I want to give humans and mutants an alternative. You know. For a few seconds I fell into deep thought, examining Xavier. So deep, in fact, that even my illusion portraying a curious guest in the company of the other X-Men stopped moving because I didn't have enough attention left for it. That is very unusual. As a rule, people driven by a noble idea want to make the whole world happy by force, ensuring no one leaves offended. In you, I see more of a position of offering a chance for salvation, but being ready to accept a refusal to take that chance. But the strangest thing is that your desire to save, it seems, devout. Yes, Charles lowered his gaze to the floor. That is correct. I hope humanity finds the strength and reason to overcome these times, and I am ready to make every effort to help it in this. Blue eyes looked into mine again, but both ordinary people and mutants must conquer their own demons themselves. Otherwise, everything will be meaningless. Well, Professor, I must admit, considering you haven't even hit your first century yet, your intellect and wisdom surpass those of most Aesir and Vanir, I admitted with absolute sincerity, looking at Xavier in a new light. I already held him in extremely high regard, but now I was finally convinced that before me was truly the most worthy human in this universe. Human with a capital H. Even if I couldn't always read his reactions by facial expressions, the experience of the former Loki would have allowed me to notice or at least suspect an attempt to be cunning or lie outright. Yet my perception didn't snag on anything. As you understand, it makes no sense for me to join your staff of students. As for your teachers, I don't know yet, but with my character, I'm willing to bet most of the kids would be howling by the second day. The invalid nodded, accepting such arguments and inviting me to continue. Nevertheless, I don't mind helping you with Magneto and other moments. True, only if you answer one question correctly. Everything depends on it, I emphasized with intonation, vainly trying to hold back the smirk climbing onto my face, but even covering my mouth with a fist, I barely succeeded. And what is that? The learned man inquired with curiosity. Do you have chocolate chip cookies at your school? Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Cookies and God. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Do you have chocolate chip cookies at your school? Ha! I got him. I think there might be a few packs in the kitchen, the mutant replied cautiously. Excellent, I stood up from the chair and extended my hand to Charles. I am your man. If, of course, you are interested in working with an eccentric divine entity, I added the important clarification. You know, this isn't exactly how I imagined a meeting with a god. The telepath said, shaking my hand. Thought it would be some majestic and insanely wise being, since he's been smoking up the sky for several dozen centuries, if not millennia. Something like that, the mutant nodded. Well, I shrugged, returning to the chair, wisdom doesn't necessarily have to come packaged with solemnity. And just between us, Professor, what people understand by the term God today arose under the influence of Abrahamic religions. And there you have such a mess of throwing concepts like the Creator, the Universal Absolute, God, and half a dozen entities of different orders into one pile. I simply can't imagine how you'll explain yourselves when you properly enter space. You're guaranteed at least 5 galactic wars just based on the insult to various monarchical personages. That is, not the kind of information I wanted to hear before bed. The man tried to turn the topic into a joke, somewhat slowly but quite consciously. Don't worry, you still have about 500 years, I settled back into the chair. You'll have time to survive worse things. That's encouraging, the telepath smiled. But, Loki, allow me to ask, what do you want? Why did you come to Earth? A desire to kill boredom and a pack of cookies seem strange for someone who bears the title of God of Magic, and the others. Have I mentioned that Charles is simply an arch-tactful person? I doubled down on that statement. Fine, candor for candor, I adjusted the lapels of my coat. I don't like this universe. It irritates me and pisses me off, which makes me utterly insufferable. Nevertheless, my intellectual development surpasses that of a loaf of bread, so I'm not going to try to bend it to my will, rebuild it, or improve it. I'm simply not interested. And therefore, I want to leave. Is there really nothing in our world that evokes a positive response in you? The professor's gaze changed slightly, along with the tone and timbre of his voice. Why would he? Oh! Haha, I laughed good-naturedly. No, you misunderstood me. I wasn't thinking of committing suicide. I simply really want to leave this universe. There are far more worlds than one, and I'm not talking about Midgard, Asgard, Jotunheim, or Helheim right now. There are other realities where other versions of us live, or where we don't exist in those stories for some reason. And there are those that live by completely different laws, with different constants and laws of being. And I want to see that. Very interesting, but then I don't understand why you agreed to help me. Charles was perplexed. It's very simple. I know for a fact that travel between parallel universes is possible, but I don't know the method yet. Searching for it will take time and resources. I have both, but I would like to have, a base where I can feel comfortable and not fear that a delicate and complex experiment will be ruined because some idiot with a hammer, along with a gang of similar idiots, barges in with an offer to drop those boring books and go on a dashing hunt, or a glorious feast, or a good battle. I confess, that hit a nerve. Even if it wasn't mine. I remember it. And since fate brought us together, why not set up such a base here? Judging by what I saw downstairs, you aren't strangers to progress, which means you won't refuse to get your hands on some Asgardian technology. It's not hard for me to share knowledge, just as I think it won't be hard for you to help find materials for my work. Plus, here with you, it will be much easier for me to get acquainted with modern human achievements than in the forests of Canada. As I've managed to verify, you have advanced seriously since the last time I took an interest in Midgard's affairs. And even if Earth technology is terribly, I emphasized the word with my voice and expression, backward, due to a completely different development path from Asgard, interesting solutions can be found in it. Well then, Charles smiled, I have no objections. Welcome. He took the dagger that had been lying on the table and, rolling closer, handed it back to me. Stay as long as you need. Thank you. Accepting the weapon, I hid it in the pocket dimension. You too, if you need anything, just ask. I stood up from the chair. And now I must take my leave, the cookie supplies in the kitchen won't raid themselves. Oh, well then I dare not detain you, the telepath laughed, although I wouldn't mind talking more and learning something about Asgard. I think we'll have plenty of time, I nodded. Good night, Professor. Good night, Loki. And one small request. I stopped near the door. Don't play with Storm's feelings. She has had a hard life, and she will take cruel jokes painfully. Wouldn't dream of it, I looked honestly at the telepath. I met the morning of the next day in the kitchen with a laptop. The X-Men are very hospitable, finishing my 8th cup of cocoa, good cocoa here, and finishing off my 3rd pack of cookies. I must admit, Americans know their stuff when it comes to chocolate chip cookies. I had absolutely no desire to sleep in the room assigned to me. The idea of reading in the library met serious resistance from the dwindling cocoa supply and my laziness to drag myself back and forth across the mansion. And I was karmically doomed to solitude, so everything was fine here. On the internet, I mostly searched for data on the world and iconic figures to definitively establish which historical period I had landed in. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Reconnaissance. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. On the internet, I mostly searched for data on the world and iconic figures to definitively establish which historical period I had landed in. I managed to watch the famous press conference of Tony Stark, where he admitted to being Iron Man. Everything matched, starting from Downey Jr.'s face and ending with the long pause before the confession. That happened 2 months ago, and the passions had already subsided, but there were more than enough links to all sorts of expert assessments and hangers-on, though they didn't concern me. I also found Doctor Strange, though for some reason not Stephen, as I remembered from the movies, but Stefan. But Cumberbatch's mug was in place, convincing me once again that I am in the Avengers cinematic universe. This worthy gentleman was currently still a practicing physician specializing in neurological surgery, working in a New York clinic and making good money on his operations. Traces of Bruce Banner were also found, but there wasn't a word on the internet about where he works now or under what circumstances he ceased active scientific activity. Nor was there any sensible information about the Hulk, only rumors, water, and all sorts of hoaxes. But at least they wrote about him. However, neither Nick Fury, nor Victor Von Doom, nor Reed Richards seemed to exist here at all. And if the former could easily be attributed to the secrecy of the head of SHIELD, the absence of the others spoke volumes. And by the way, Susan Storm in the first 2 Fantastic Four movies was a real beauty and simply a perfect hit for the image of a sexy female character from classic cartoons, straight up 11 out of 10. Alas, no luck for me here either. I also looked up local legends about Asgard and Loki personally. I wouldn't say I was a great expert on his myths in my past life, but a couple of points, precisely in contrast to Marvel, stuck in my memory. Specifically, on my Earth, Loki was always considered a Jotun whom the Aesir allowed to live in Asgard. Also, Laufey wasn't his father, but his mother, in some versions, even an Asgardian goddess, not a frost giantess. His father, on the other hand, was a Jotun, but I couldn't remember his name. Here, there was nothing of the sort. Loki was considered Odin's younger son, no double interpretations about it. However, the differences ended there, and then began the same wild nonsense that all primitive savages loved to invent about their gods, from Japanese Shintoists to ancient Greeks and Scandinavians. You had the chaining to a rock with an acid-dripping snake above the head because, well, basically, he called on the gods to have a sense of moderation and stop stuffing themselves like pigs at some feast. You had the Swedish family situation with a giantess and a goddess, resulting in a bunch of weird kids, including the wolf Fenrir and the serpent Hormungand. And the spawning of all witches through conception via the charred heart of an evil woman. Honestly, I didn't understand how, but apparently, it was implied that Loki carried and gave birth to them himself. In short, digging through this prime nonsense of a sexually obsessed schizophrenic zoophile, I began to heartily understand why my predecessor hated Vikings personally and humans in general. If people made up stuff like that about me, I would also agree without hesitation to lead an army of evil aliens to conquer the storyteller's homeland. While spending my nightly leisure this way, I didn't forget to think about what to do next. The idea of bailing from Asgard was correct and timely, but intermediate. And the words about finding methods to exit this universe were too vague a formulation. I needed specifics, but that was the hard part. And no, let's not bring up Deadpool, who jumps through parallel universes after the credits in his movie and kills his own copies, including the actor who played him in my world. That's Deadpool. He doesn't even need to get drunk to hallucinate squirrels, and generally, Deadpool is something best not touched even with a 10-meter pole. Thus, I didn't have that many options. First up was camouflage. This association of Earth sorcerers possessed very impressive techniques for working with space and the dimensions closest to this plane of existence. Relying on memories of the movie and Loki's magical knowledge, I could quite easily imagine exactly how some of the local sorcerers' techniques worked, but only some, while others left even the god of magic respectfully bewildered. Thus, the idea of contacting camouflage and proposing an exchange of knowledge looked promising. Even if the principles of their portals couldn't be refined for inter-universal transfer, the skill itself would be useful to me on its own. The second option was the search for a technological solution. But I didn't remember the names of scientists who invented such devices in other variations of the universe, and I probably couldn't find them myself. The X-Men weren't going to be helpers in development, since even Hank McCoy, who was always responsible for their tech, is more of a competent technician with a broad outlook than a genius inventor. Plus, he wasn't visible in the vicinity, so he might still be struggling with the external manifestations of his mutation somewhere, making other projects simply irrelevant for him. But this world did have Tony Stark, who, judging by the stylish glowing circle in Iron Man's chest, would indeed soon start dying from radiation poisoning. If I'm not confusing anything, and in such things, it's hard to get confused, this matter made him very nervous, almost to the point of trying to beautifully suicide, having previously signed the company over to the woman he loved. And say what you will, but even the local Tony Stark is actually a genius. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Good Beer. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. And say what you will, but even the local Tony Stark is actually a genius. Why even? Well, the original Tony not from the cinematic universe spun all sorts of S.H.I.E.L.D.S on his reproductive organ and never bent under any fury, rather bending everyone else himself, so much so that the US government was afraid to even squeak. And he had his own team of supers, and he created the Avengers himself, in partnership, by the way, with Xavier and other players of world politics, each of whom had a personal and personally loyal paramilitary organization behind them. And the Avengers he created weren't a team of adventurers running errands for everyone, but rather a coordination council and the highest governing body for Earth's defense. But okay, that was long ago and not true, practically in the days of yore, when the hero had to be buff, the heroine beautiful, and white characters weren't replaced by black ones for a diversity quota. The local Stark is also a serious enough fellow and could certainly organize the search and work of scientists in the field of space distortion technologies. All I need is to convince him to help me. And what could be simpler than making a deal with a man standing with one foot in the grave and perfectly aware of it? Radiation sickness and, God forgive, ahem. Note to self, figure out who I can now address appeals for strength of soul and patience to. The universe doesn't fit, I hate this one, I need an analog. So, where was I? Ah yes, radiation sickness and shrapnel shards near the heart, my common sense, forgive me, this is undoubtedly unpleasant, but quite curable with the use of magic. And then the need to carry a reactor in his chest around the clock will disappear. Surely for such a magnificent gift, Tony wouldn't refuse to allocate some funds for a new promising direction. There remained, of course, the pressing problem of Magneto, and after him Stryker, but those were problems of local significance that concerned me only tangentially. The second one is quite simple to resolve with my capabilities, and the first, one way or another, the X-Men will have to solve first. And Wolverine, as a freelancer. Speaking of whom? Early bird, a slightly crumpled Logan greeted me as he entered the kitchen. He clearly slept poorly, although there were no bags under his eyes, he didn't look rested, which said something given his healing factor. I didn't go to bed, I responded, continuing to read another news article. That engrossed in some website, the man teased. I can easily go without sleep for a couple of weeks, I pretended not to understand the hint. Physiology. Physiology, magic, cocoa, I saluted the regenerator with my cup and took a sip. Tisk, got cold. Need to brew more. Ah yes, magic. The mutant nodded with expressive understanding. Still don't believe I'm a real god. You fight pretty well, but for a god, you're missing. He ran a hand from his chin to his mid-stomach. A beard. I raised an eyebrow, finally looking up at him. Yeah, the regenerator confirmed, clearly amused. Also sandals and a toga. The man headed to the fridge. Original, I was forced to admit. Will this do? I assumed the form of Odin in the snow-white robes of a Roman patrician. Better, casting a glance in my direction, Logan opened the fridge door, delving into the study of its contents. Got beer? Unless it's in Cyclops' room. But you can pour yourself water, I'll transform it. Returning to my previous appearance, I graciously offered a solution. Into wine, closing the door and turning to face me, Wolverine raised his eyebrows incredulously. Into beer. Can also do ale and mead. Doesn't compare to natural Asgardian stuff, but for our deplorable situation, it'll do. The mutant silently found a glass, gurgled some liquid into it from the kettle, and handed it to me. An expression of disbelief still resided on his face, but he was ready to test his skepticism experimentally. Not accepting the dishware, I raised a hand and performed a key gesture, directing magic. A second later, the water darkened and filled with bubbles, and the smell of strong beer began to spread through the kitchen. The mutant sniffed the provided substance suspiciously and, with the look of a man who has nothing left to lose, took a sip. Doubt reigned on his face for another second, but then it smoothed out, replaced by satisfaction. Even if this is another illusion, your illusory beer is top-notch. It's not an illusion, but something like alchemy. Transmutation magic, to be specific. I spread my hands, between which the word magic shimmered in a bright rainbow. And a little divine miracle, naturally, I couldn't resist winking at the mutant. Keep going like that, and I'll actually believe you're a god, Logan graciously agreed, sipping his drink. You know, in principle, I anticipated the probability that sooner or later a cute girl capable of twisting me around her little finger would show up and start using my divine power for all sorts of household trifles. I closed the laptop lid and shifted my gaze to Wolverine with a smirk. But the keywords there were cute girl. Well. Logan thoughtfully tilted his head back and forth, rolling the beer on his tongue. We're alike in that. In honor of this discovery, I raised my cup of cocoa, after which, putting on expressions of solemn solidarity, Wolverine and I clinked glasses dignifiedly and paid tribute to our respective beverages. Alas, such bliss didn't last long, not even 5 minutes passed before the game warden came and shooed everyone away. Storm acted as the aforementioned forest ranger. She suggested that, firstly, we shouldn't set a bad example for the younger generation by chugging beer first thing in the morning, seeing as said younger generation was about to run in for breakfast. And secondly, we should follow her to the underground level to examine and figure out why the hell Magneto needed us. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 22, Adamantium. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. And secondly, we should follow her to the underground level to examine and figure out why the hell Magneto needed us. Sigh. Finishing a fresh portion of the sweet drink in one gulp, I sighed sorrowfully. A pretty girl could have invited me to a secluded dark corner for a more thorough acquaintance, but instead I'm offered a trip to a secret laboratory where the complex of measures for studying me, I winked slyly at Storm, will clearly not be what I would have liked. Life is pain, and the universe is full of sadness and sorrow. There, don't worry, your day will come too. Wolverine patted me on the shoulder with feigned sympathy. If you are finished expressing your feelings to each other, Aurora was clearly embarrassed, and therefore somewhat aggressive, then please follow me. Correction, she was very aggressive. But I appreciated the jab, yes. The path down the mansion's secret corridors, and then the underground base, took another 3 minutes. But finally, our journey ended, and we found ourselves in the right place, suspiciously resembling a medical laboratory. The professor, Jean, Scott, and Rogue were already waiting for us there. Good morning, the telepath nodded to us. I indicated a nod to those around, quite likely that it is. So, why are we here? Wolverine didn't waste words. I want to conduct a general examination so we can understand why Magneto became interested in you. I assure you, it is completely safe and will cause you no harm. Do you agree? Fine, let's just get this over with quickly, Logan nodded. If it's necessary, I don't mind, Rogue confirmed. This will be curious, I didn't play the black sheep either, looking over the equipment. And the research began. X-ray, MRI, poor Logan got stuck quite firmly to the upper part of the ring, blood test. Here I distinguished myself, the needles just bent and broke, unable to pierce the skin, and so on. 4 hours later, we gathered in a small conference room to discuss the results obtained. A full X-ray of Logan hung on the board. The adamantium skeleton looked impressive, but the fact that his joints were also covered with this metal threw me into a stupor personally. He could move calmly without experiencing any discomfort or limitations in mobility. And blood generation and other bone marrow functions? That's some metallo-organics, not mundane coding. However, the team was much more amazed and interested in my readings, because they simply didn't exist. Yes, just like that. X-rays didn't shine through, the MRI didn't scan, the ultrasound didn't catch an echo of the organism, and drawing blood was impossible too. One is more interesting than the other, Dr. Gray stated, examining the extracts on Logan and me. Tell me, doctor, will I live? I asked the telepath, injecting as much drama into my voice as possible. Probably, she responded uncertainly. Splendid, I smiled and began to study the X-ray of Wolverine's claws with feigned fascination. We absolutely must celebrate this. Yes, 5 liters of cocoa should suffice. Got a sweet tooth? Cyclops couldn't resist. Not really, but cocoa beans don't grow in Asgard. Ahem, catching Scott's expressive look, which once again told everyone willing to listen what he thought about my mental health, the redhead coughed. Never mind. As for Wolverine, deep modification and coating of the entire skeleton with an unknown but extremely durable metal is visible here. It's a miracle you survived such an operation at all, she turned to the man. Most likely, you should thank your regeneration. Yeah, I'm hard to kill, Logan grunted back somewhat reluctantly. Experiments on mutants, Xavier pursed his lips, touching the control lever of his chair to drive closer to the images. I have heard of this, but never seen anything like it. Who did this to you? Ororo turned to Wolverine. I don't remember anything about how it happened, the mutant informed, shrugging with a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't remember anything at all before 15 years ago. Although I'd really like to remember. I can help you with that, Xavier turned his chair toward him. If even fragments of memory remain in your brain, they can be restored into a single whole. Logan clasped his hands on his chest and looked into the telepath's eyes for a few seconds. It wasn't hard to guess what thoughts were roaming in his head right now, but in the end, the assessment was made in Charles's favor, and the mutant jerked his cheek abruptly in something resembling a nod. Obviously, he was ready to discuss this topic, but our presence was superfluous. I think the adamantium was applied in liquid form, literally soaking the skeleton. I decided to share knowledge and tactfully change the subject at the same time. And the amnesia is caused precisely by prolonged heating of the brain during contact. Adamantium. Wolverine frowned. You know this metal? Seeing it personally for the first time, but I've heard of it. It's a certain alloy, very rarely found in nature, and processing it in solidified form is harder than neutronium, which the cores of some stars consist of. And where could it come from on Earth? Storm asked. Fell in a meteorite, for example, I shrugged. But the much bigger question is how they managed to melt it and pour it into the skeleton. Even the temperature of a star's corona wouldn't be enough here, and magic definitely wasn't used. Magic? Cyclops asked again. Why are you so certain about that? Xavier gestured for him to stay quiet, looking at me with interest. Because it's pointless, I turned to Charles. For all the beauty of the resulting masterpiece, a mage capable of this, I pointed to the photographs, wouldn't even think of wasting their time on such an enhancement for a mutant with regeneration. Yes, it's an enhancement, and a significant one, but a mage would have simply taken Logan as an apprentice. Believe me, a sorcerer healing from any damage and armed with a couple of good artifacts would be orders of magnitude more dangerous than just a tough guy with claws. Sorry, Logan, I side-eyed the mutant. No offense taken, he replied. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Bait. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. No offense taken, he replied. Rogue, Jean moved on to the third guest. Here, everything is quite standard and understandable, life force absorption upon contact. If the touch happens with a mutant, their gift is also taken. Although the effect is temporary. Can you cure it? The girl asked. Rogue, your abilities are not a disease, they cannot be cured. But we will try to help you bring them under control. Loki. Now the turn reached me, remains a completely incomprehensible and unknown factor. You didn't interfere with our equipment, did you? Suspicious squint. Was that an option? I feigned surprise. But actually, no, I switched to a serious tone, seeing that the redhead telepath completely lacked a sense of humor. I'm curious myself what you can find out about me with the current level of technology. And Magneto needed one of you three. The professor drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the armrest of his wheelchair. His gaze wandered over our figures until it stopped on Logan. Experiments on mutants, that could have hooked Eric. Forgive me for interrupting your thoughts, Professor, but that is unlikely. Why? Charles looked at me. Think they came for you? Scott asked simultaneously. No, hardly. I could start a world war and arrange quite a few other interesting things, but 2 days ago I wasn't even on Earth. And with all due respect to your Magneto, he could hardly have learned about me in that time. Besides, if he knew about my capabilities, he definitely wouldn't have sent a feral thug to meet me. As for Logan. Sorry, pal, but for all your brutality, impressive hairy chest, an aura of rugged primal charisma, Magneto already had one like you, even broader in the shoulders. And the metal on your skeleton, while good, doesn't exactly scream decisive factor in provoking a war between humans and mutants. In the end, even if you burst into the White House and shred the president into ribbons, while unpleasant, it would be quite easily written off as a lone psychopath. And considering the complexity of the operation needed to coat your skeleton in adamantium, they'd look for anyone but simple street mutants. Therefore, by process of elimination, that leaves. I turned to the teenage girl. Me? But what's so special about me? Rogue was surprised. Well, given your interesting talent, I can immediately see a dozen ways to have some serious fun and make mischief. I cheerfully assured the girl. Loki, that was said in several very indignant voices. Hey, I meant world domination and all that stuff, not what you perverts thought. Not hiding my pleased smirk, I acted outraged. And anyway, darling, I turned to Rogue, sorry, but you're not my type. And now a meaningful look at Storm. I prefer blonde beauties with a chiseled figure and chocolate-tinted skin. Ah, how she turned away and started pretending I didn't exist. Universe, I really hate you. So. The teenage girl's frightened gaze darted across our faces. I'm the target. Most likely, I confirmed, regaining a serious demeanor. Of course, this still needs verifying, but in any case, the attempted attack wasn't spontaneous. That means Eric Laneshare had time to study the victim and formulate a plan for her use. And here we come to the most delicate moment, they didn't try to recruit you nicely. And that can mean only one thing. I fell silent, noting how the faces of the X-Men and Wolverine darkened. It had clearly dawned on all of them. What? What does it mean? The girl swallowed. Will you say it, or should I? I looked at the professor. I wouldn't want to worry you unnecessarily, Marie. Having made a decision, the telepath looked directly at the girl. However, I am forced to agree with Loki's analysis. Most likely, the business for which Magneto wanted to kidnap you does not imply your voluntary participation and... He hesitated, literally for a split second, reluctant to voice the next words, but to the ear it was almost imperceptible, could end in your death. So what do I do? Rogue paled even more. Calm down, Charles smiled encouragingly. Now that we know, with a high degree of probability, whom my old friend is hunting, we can direct all our forces to your protection. Don't wind yourself up in vain, even a mutant with Magneto's powers won't be able to reach you while you are in this school. Study calmly, meet the other students, settle in, and we will work on solving the problem in the meantime. Professor, Ororo drew attention to herself, I think Rogue is hungry and could use some breakfast. Besides, classes will start soon. Yes, Of course, Charles nodded. Rogue, his blue eyes looked intently at the girl, and there was not even a hint of a threat in this gesture. The best remedy for worry is to find something to do. Storm will take you upstairs now and help you figure everything out. I understand, the girl nodded. Then, escorted by Xavier's fatherly smile, the schoolgirl was led out of the room, and the eyes of everyone remaining filled with concern again. Well, okay, not everyone, I still felt fine and dandy. I mean, I naturally understood that Storm had fled from me with the boss's full connivance. Her entire facial expression and body language screamed it in plain text, but I had already accepted that things would be complicated here, and saw no point in stressing about it. What shall we do, Professor? Scott was the first to ask. We need to understand why Magneto needs her. Lowering his eyes to the floor, Xavier began to speak with concern. What can a mutant who copies powers do that a mutant possessing those powers cannot? If Eric wanted to use her combat potential, he would have acted differently, made her his supporter, convinced her of the righteousness of his ideas. But for some reason, he didn't do that. That means the goal isn't a combat action, but something else. I think guessing is pointless. Better to just put her under surveillance. In confirmation of my words, I created an illusion of myself, which immediately headed for the exit. If your friend needs her so badly, he will try to kidnap her. And it's best if we offer him that opportunity ourselves, rather than letting things take their course. What? Jean was astonished. You want to use her as bait? Logan frowned. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 24, Chapter 24, Goal. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. What? Jean was astonished. You want to use her as bait? Logan frowned. Oh, my friends, I think you're forgetting one tiny detail. A wave of my hand, and an illusion of the girl in question appeared next to me, instantly smiling shyly at the mutants. You have the god of intrigue and the master of magic on your side. So tell me, Professor, can we act out a little scene where the new girl's abilities cause a minor accident, after which a young, impressionable girl decides to run away home? A devious smirk climbed onto my face all on its own. Eric Lane Share. Everything is going according to plan, expect her at the central station. The farewell gift has been left, the phone informed the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Excellent work. Wait for us at the extraction point. The mutant disconnected the call. Magneto's heart was uneasy. Ever since the open hearings on the Registration Act, minor and not so minor troubles had begun to pursue him. First, an untimely encounter with Charles Wright in the Capitol building. Riding the wave of emotion from that neo-Nazi Kelly's speech, he had poorly controlled his thoughts, resulting in his old friend learning part of the plan. Then Sabretooth's disappearance on a simple mission to grab an unsuspecting girl ended with the girl under Xavier's protection. Even the successful capture of Senator Kelly hadn't brought the expected effect. Barely had he undergone the operation when he managed to escape that very night. Fortunately, the news from Mystique inspired optimism. Sending her to visit his old friend hadn't been in vain. It was a pity he couldn't keep her there long. Even her talents for shape-shifting and mind control likely wouldn't be enough to hide in a house with two telepaths for more than a day or two. But that had proven sufficient. And when Charles tried to use Cerebro after the girl's abduction, a pleasant surprise would await him. After all, they had developed that machine together. Magneto knew its working principles perfectly, so selecting a chemical to neutralize the thought dampener hadn't been a problem for him. However, he believed in his old friend and understood perfectly well that Charles could handle the overload himself, despite his respectable age. But it would give Eric a head start ranging from a few days to a couple of weeks due to Xavier being taken out of the game. More than enough. Donning his suit, he ordered Toad to prepare the helicopter. It was time to move out for the most important part of the plan. Finding Rogue wasn't difficult. She was sitting on a train to Denver, alone, lonely, and lost. Turned out to be unwanted by those she had just begun to trust. More than a suitable mindset for the realization of his ideas. "Hello, Rogue," he greeted the girl, standing in the aisle. "Who are you?" She raised her gaze to him warily. "Your brother," he answered. "A mutant," he clarified, seeing the lack of understanding on her face. "And what do you want from me?" The girl backed away fearfully closer to the window, unconsciously wrapping herself in her green coat. "You," short and clear. "What? What if I don't want to?" The runaway's gaze darted around, and a lump clearly rose in her throat. "I'm afraid you have no choice," he shook his head sympathetically. "I wouldn't want to use force, however." A mental effort, a slight raising of his hand, and the train car screeched with tearing metal. The section of the wall the girl was pressing against twisted outward and crumpled into neat steps, shattering the glass. The resulting ramp down to the platform unambiguously indicated to the young mutant the direction she had better take. Belated screams of people filled the air, luggage tumbled from the racks, but the incipient panic didn't have time to turn into a stampede, for in the next instant all the passengers were pinned tightly to their seats by twisted handrails. "Okay," Rogue pushed out, her face pale as she glanced sideways at what had become of the window she had just been leaning against. As he expected, the ordeals she had endured had broken her, and even such a small thing was enough to crush her will to resist at the root. It was a pity he had to act this way, especially toward a representative of his own kind, but, this is war, and war cannot do without sacrifices. The only thing he could do for her was promise that future generations would remember her as a heroine with whom the mutants' victorious march across the world began. The prisoner didn't resist and obediently went where she was told. Just as obediently, she got into the prepared helicopter and allowed handcuffs to be put on her. Neither the police nor anyone else had time to react before they set off for the base, deviating slightly from the course on the way to pick up Mystique, who had played her role. "What are you going to do to me?" Meeting the appearance of the blue-skinned woman with red hair in the cabin with huge eyes, the girl made her first attempt to pull herself together. "You will learn about that in due time," Magneto answered. "But I didn't do anything to you, why? What am I guilty of?" "There is no guilt of yours here, but this is war, and your power must serve the goal of mutant victory in this war." "What war?" "The one that is about to flare up." Eric shook his head, catching the prisoner's bewildered look. "Humans will never accept us, and if we do not strike the first blow, they will. But, there are more and more mutants every year, they even say so on the news. Doesn't that mean that in a few years there will be no ordinary people left, or we will become the majority? Why fight then?" Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 25, False Safety. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. But, there are more and more mutants every year, they even say so on the news. Doesn't that mean that in a few years there will be no ordinary people left, or we will become the majority? Why fight then? Do you really believe that? Magneto smiled patronizingly. Believe that they will let us? Believe me, I know humans. I know their nature. Even when there were only a few of us across entire continents, those in power feared us and did everything to either control us or drive us so deep underground that we dared not stick our noses out. The very thought that individuals might exist capable of disregarding all their armies and systems of state control over society terrifies them. And when humans are afraid, they attack. As soon as mutants truly step out of the realm of urban legends, tabloid tales, and obscure scientific theories, they will begin to hunt us down and destroy us. And they have already begun to act. Lane Share leaned forward, noticing how his words affected the girl. It took only a dozen young mutants whose powers were revealed, innocent teenagers like you, and hearings on the Mandatory Registration Act are already underway in the Senate. Today they will pass a law, tomorrow they will create a special police force for mutant affairs, and the day after tomorrow, concentration camps. Rogue's eyes filled more and more with fear and understanding. I have already been through this, he continued, experiencing a grim satisfaction that his words had found a path to the listener's heart. I remember how it was in Germany in the 30s, and I will not allow it to be repeated on a global scale. Even if I have to resort to extreme measures for this. With that, the conversation died down. An oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of the working helicopter blades, descended on the cabin, and Rogue no longer wanted to ask anything. Mystique was about to report in more detail, telling what shouldn't be entrusted to a phone, but the older mutant stopped her with a short gesture. There was no need for the girl to know that her rejection by the other inhabitants of the school and Charles himself was merely a staged performance. And so, an hour and a half later, they arrived and landed at the base. "We're getting out." Toad jumped out of the pilot's seat and opened the helicopter door for the passengers. "Where is everyone?" The girl looked around fearfully, scanning the empty landing pad. "Everyone's right here," the pilot grinned. "Toad," Magneto barked at his subordinate who was getting too chatty. "Is that so? Wonderful." The fear vanished from Rogue's face as if it had never been there. But Magneto didn't have time to notice anything else, let alone act. A heavy blow to his helmet, as if Sabretooth had walloped him, came as a complete surprise, and then darkness fell. "Loki. One down." Watching Eric crumple like a sack at my feet, I actually worried I might have overdone it and the mutant wouldn't wake up. However, that didn't stop me from grabbing the guy called Toad by the head and yanking him toward the helicopter. The pilot's head met the aircraft's plating with a hollow thud, and the mutant slumped helplessly to the ground. "What?" Mystique managed to recoil, her face twisting in bewildered surprise. "Who are you?" "Oh, just a humble traveler with immodest goals," I smiled at the girl, shedding the rogue illusion. "And you shouldn't try to kick me in the ear during an introductory speech, that's very uncultured." I ducked and struck at the shapeshifter's supporting leg, but she evidently possessed enhanced physical characteristics beyond just shapeshifting. At any rate, I doubt an ordinary human could execute a backflip while standing on one leg, in the split second between striking an opponent and said opponent's counterstrike. HSSSS. Landing on all fours in an interesting pose, Mystique bared her teeth and hissed. "Your parcel tongue has a terrible accent." I stood up straight and, never ceasing to smile charmingly, took a step toward her, subtly releasing magic. "Maybe you'll be a good girl and just let yourself be tied up? I promise I'll be gentle." In response, demonstrating flexibility incredible even for an Asgardian, she tried to kidney punch me with her feet, twisting her body like a spring in one motion and literally firing herself at me, transferring the momentum into a strike from the very tips of her toes on opposite limbs. I wouldn't have had time to dodge, I would have had to block. However, I didn't intend to dance with the shapeshifter for long, so her strike passed through an illusion, while my real body was already bringing a fist down on her head. The disappearance of her opponent, coinciding with an unexpected attack, caught Mystique off guard, but didn't take her out of the game. As I suspected, the girl's body was tougher than a human's, because the effort calculated based on the condition of an ordinary mortal of her build only made the blue-skinned woman go woozy. But her resistance didn't last long anyway, as I had no intention of giving her time or making small talk, and quickly calmed the stunned woman. Won't feminists and others declare war on me? Hitting a woman, in the face, 3 times. I'm used to the room with a dose of self-irony. Although, wait a minute. I am an evil god. On that life-affirming revelation, I began tying up the prisoners, first removing Magneto's helmet and placing it in my pocket dimension. Naturally, I couldn't get rid of all the metal in the vicinity, and the island where we landed was literally stuffed with it, possibly intentionally. But without his telepathy-blocking helmet, Eric Lane's share could be neutralized by a single thought from Charles, who was already flying here with his team, guided in real time by my illusion. Nevertheless, I didn't plan on giving him the chance to wake up before then, so I placed mental charms on the mutants to reinforce their unconscious state. There was a temptation to quietly snap Toad's neck. I didn't like him, but on the other hand, this was the coolest Toad of all his incarnations I'd ever heard of, and he hadn't managed to do anything to me personally yet, so the guy got lucky. I decided to give him a chance. And after all the prisoners were securely packed, well, as securely as a woman capable of arbitrarily changing her body proportions can be packed, I proceeded to the most interesting part, viewing Magneto's memories. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 26, Chapter 26, Preemptive Truths. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Shortly before this, Westchester, New York. Is your presence here something like creating a copy? Cyclops probed, examining the guest puzzledly. No, the young man in the impeccable suit shook his head. What you see is a phantom under direct control. But how can you control a body both here and there at the same time? Split attention. My brain is superior to a human's, and I can afford to do several things at once. How are things with Magneto? Xavier intervened in the dialogue with notes of concern in his voice. Flying for now, Loki shrugged, examining satellite images of New York and the surrounding area on a laptop screen. Just had a heartfelt chat about his political program. Wouldn't say I heard anything new, but I'm pleasantly surprised by the solidity of his position. You agree with him? Cyclops asked, crossing his arms over his chest. He says the right things, relies on hard facts, and draws correct conclusions from them. Honestly, I expected much less from a terrorist hunting an innocent girl. And yet he is wrong, Jean shook her head. On the contrary, Dr. Gray, Loki tore his gaze from the screen and chuckled slightly, he is absolutely right. But that is the root cause of all real conflicts, that there is far more than one right decision and correct answer. Were it otherwise, any enmity would be extinguished at the level of checking logic in conflicting views. How can starting a war be the right and correct decision? Storm joined the conversation. Very simply, the self-proclaimed god shrugged, returning his eyes to the screen. If World War II had started with Britain and France striking Hitler when he first began to occupy Czechoslovakia, it would, of course, have led to casualties and losses. But those casualties would have been orders of magnitude fewer than what happened in real history. In that case, war and a preemptive strike would have been the correct decision capable of saving many millions. Just as your Southerners in the Civil War should have struck first and taken Washington, not waiting for the enemy to gather strength and attack themselves. But they preferred to play at diplomacy and peacefulness, which ended in rivers of blood and the enemy's victory. So one can always find a moment when a preemptive strike brings more benefit than its absence. It's another matter that there is also almost always a way to do without war entirely. For example, if the Americans hadn't given money to Hitler, the Third Reich would never have risen. True, America then wouldn't have become the premier power on Earth, enriching itself on military orders. In short, in geopolitics, everything is always complicated and interconnected, and a benefit for one does not equal a benefit for another. What are? Scott shook his head, trying to process what he had heard. What did you just say about America helping Hitler? Oh, you don't know. Loki was surprised, raising his green eyes to the group. Then I didn't say anything, he shrugged immediately and turned back to the computer, teasing the audience with a hidden smile playing at the corners of his lips. And were there such moments in Asgard's history? Gesturing to stop his students from further comments, the professor spoke up, staring intently at the guest. Of course, he nodded. If Odin hadn't struck the Jotun army when they first invaded Earth, your world would now be a ball covered in a solid crust of ice without a hint of humanity. And if Odin's father, Bor, hadn't attacked Svartalfheim, our galaxy stood a good chance of perishing from a weapon that alters the physical laws of reality. You believe that yourself? Wolverine snorted skeptically. I've been to Svartalfheim and Jotunheim. If a human can survive for some time in the former on imported supplies, in the latter they'd freeze to death in 2 minutes even in very warm clothes. I am curious. Professor Xavier steepled his hands in front of his face, resting his elbows on the armrests of his chair. In this conflict, you are an outside observer, Loki. So, based on what has been said, whom do you consider more right? Now that you have spoken with both of us personally. Eric, with his desire to start a war by acting preemptively, or me, the one who plays at diplomacy and obstructs this war? As I already said, there is always more than one correct decision, the dapper brunette smiled at the host. You are both right and, to be honest, this world needs both of you, simultaneously. Magneto, as a boogeyman for the authorities and a leader capable of uniting and leading mutants into battle if the worst-case scenario unfolds. You, as a buffer between radicals on both sides and a way for sane forces to reach a compromise where blood would otherwise flow. Each playing your role to the proper extent, you can make this world better. The only bad thing is that, despite all your power, you aren't the only ones playing this game, and the actions of other players can break any good beginnings. Alas, Charles let out a bitter smile with a sigh, even without the machinations of other players, good beginnings go awry too often. Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell came from the hallway, forcing those gathered in Professor Xavier's office to interrupt their conversation. I'll get it, Storm gathered herself to head to the door, only to recoil in astonishment literally a minute later. I need Dr. Jean Grey, fighting heavy shortness of breath, a subject covered in profuse sweat wheezed across the threshold, almost hanging on the door frame. Senator Kelly, the girl voiced the reason for her amazement, but the late visitor was already rolling his eyes, definitely fainting. Damn it, catching the falling body at the last moment, Ororo cursed. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Senator. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Damn it, catching the falling body at the last moment, Ororo cursed. The thought even flashed through her mind that she wouldn't mind Loki's help right now, even if the latter aroused her apprehension with his eccentric behavior, as well as his views and words. But the semi-mad mutant who considered himself a Norse god wasn't here, so she had to drag the surprisingly heavy body alone. Storm, what? Senator Kelly! Jean exclaimed, seeing the man on the mutant's back, but Wolverine and Cyclops rushed to her aid and quickly relieved her of the burden, dragging him to the nearest armchair. Doctor! The politician wheezed, sweeping the room with a cloudy gaze, I need help. And immediately passed out again. To the infirmary, quickly! Xavier commanded sharply, driving out from behind his desk. 5 minutes later, everyone was in the medical bay, and Jean was bustling around the cot, connecting sensors to the senator's body to track pulse and temperature. It turned out that the only clothes the man had on were a sports jacket and pants, with nothing underneath, and clearly visible gills had appeared on his back. Finally, when the equipment was connected and the doctor had taken blood samples for analysis, Kelly regained consciousness again and looked around frantically. "Calm down, Senator," the head of the X-Men drove closer to him. "You are safe. I am Professor Charles Xavier. Tell us, what happened to you?" The lying man was still breathing heavily, was afraid that if I went to a hospital, they would. Large drops of sweat stood out on the man's forehead and bare chest. "Treat you like a mutant," the telepath helped his interlocutor find the words. Kelly's eyes froze, fixed on the professor's face, and his expression reflected pain and despair. "We are not as you imagine," Xavier said in a quiet but clear voice a few seconds later. "Not all of us. Tell that to the one who did this." Swallowing hard, the patient wheezed in response with difficulty. Charles looked away and sighed. Kelly breathed heavily and raggedly, looking at those around him as if through a cloudy veil. The others were silent. But the pause didn't last long, and turning his chair, the professor silently circled the cot to face it again at the headboard. "Senator, try to relax." The telepath's hands rose to the guest's head and froze opposite the temple areas, not touching the skin. "I will not harm you," Xavier informed soothingly, closing his eyes and concentrating. A minute later, the telepath finished his task and straightened in his chair, leaving the unconscious Kelly on the cot. "So, what did you learn, Professor?" Loki's illusion addressed the elderly mutant. "Magneto has created a device capable of turning ordinary humans into mutants," the estate owner informed, raising his eyes to his students. "Eric himself is its core, and activating the machine seems to weaken him. I saw this mechanism emitting a field visible to normal vision, perhaps some new type of radioactive radiation with a particle wave structure, like light. This field causes a mutation in the organism, but not a natural one, and proceeding very quickly. The senator was kidnapped yesterday morning, and by nightfall he was already able to escape by squeezing through the bars of a cell." "And how does it affect mutants?" Cyclops asked with lively interest. "I believe not at all," the professor shook his head. "How curious," Loki drawled, running his palm over the senator's forearm, and as he moved, veins were brightly outlined under the skin. "I can't say for sure without the soul forge, but it seems to me our guest's organism is dying." "From what?" Storm asked, pursing her lips. "Cells are breaking down," the brunette answered. "But it's not necrosis, they are." The god of magic's green eyes narrowed and darted around, as if looking past the person on the couch. "Very similar to decomposition with the release of water. His body is no longer so much human as it is the body of a jellyfish." "So why does he need Rogue?" Raising his voice, Logan inquired grimly. "Obviously, to work as a battery for this machine," Loki answered without pause, still looking into space and examining Kelly in an incomprehensible way. "He'll touch her, thereby giving her the ability to use his powers for a while, and then shove her into the device. Or shove her in first, secure her so she can't twitch, and then touch her. And I seem to recall hearing something on the news about a gathering of a bunch of big Earth shots in one place." The guy added with a distinctly discernible hint in his voice. "UN Assembly." Xavier drawled, understanding everything immediately. "But now he won't succeed." Wolverine raised his eyebrows with a questioning look. "Yes," Charles nodded decisively and looked at Loki. "How are things with Magneto?" Descending," the illusion replied distractedly, removing its hand from the senator. "Give me a map, and I'll poke a finger at where." "Scott. The plane is ready, we can load up right now, Professor." "Good," the telepath nodded shortly and wheeled his chair toward the ramp to the hangar. "We need to finish with all this quickly and try to help the senator." Loki again. Exploring Magneto's memories gave plenty of food for thought. It's worth starting with the fact that, strictly speaking, he wasn't essentially, a terrorist. That is, yes, in the past, and in the present time, he carried out combat operations, and he had quite a few premeditated murders on his account. But firstly, most of his victims were directly related to Nazi camps, and secondly, there was no direct terror in his actions. On the contrary, he put a lot of effort into covering his tracks and hiding the very fact of the violence committed. In fact, the action he conceived involving turning all participants of the UN summit into mutants was the first one that could be called a terrorist act, and even then, according to his plan, deaths were supposed to be kept to an absolute minimum. Otherwise, Eric Lane Scher was a law-abiding, respectable citizen heading a private charitable foundation dedicated to helping victims of military actions, headquartered in San Francisco. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. https://www.patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Choice. Bonus. If you want to read ahead by 20+ chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Otherwise, Eric Lane Scher was a law-abiding, respectable citizen heading a private charitable foundation dedicated to helping victims of military actions, headquartered in San Francisco. In many ways, the foundation was a front, but it did provide help to the needy. Only these needy were mutants whom Magneto recruited in roughly the same way Xavier did. And just like Xavier, he had only a few adult associates in the active composition of the organization, who mainly coached the youth. Besides this, Lane Scher was listed in several scientific and medical societies, being a certified doctor with a decent track record, though he had long retired from active practice. Such connections allowed him to conduct research into the nature of mutation and design his doomsday machine without much trouble. It reached the point where he simply ordered some complex calculations directly from academies and institutes, where ordinary people forged the weapon of their own defeat for him, suspecting nothing. As for the machine itself, the history of its creation went back to the Cerebro project, developed jointly with Xavier. Back in the stage of cloudless cooperation, the two great mutants discovered that the magnetic fields generated by Eric's body were incapable of harming either delicate electronics or the human brain, and generally weren't magnetic fields, from a classical point of view, at all. It was more a form of gravity, but for some reasons unknown to researchers, it affected only metals. Nevertheless, it possessed some properties of a magnetic field. Specifically, the friends discovered that with directed influence on a telepath's brain, Lane Scher's ability could resonate with that brain's own electromagnetic field and somehow amplify telepathic abilities. In Xavier's case, allowing him to reach people on the other side of the planet, whereas Charles's usual level was limited to a radius of 10 kilometers. Having started to study this phenomenon, the mutants never managed to understand its nature, but they experimentally established the effects and safe boundaries of exposure. Madmen. Everything on themselves, everything personally. True enthusiast scientists. How they didn't kick the bucket in the process, I don't understand, but they resuscitated each other regularly and still pushed forward. In the end, the friends' persistence was rewarded, and they managed to reproduce the desired effect on purely technical principles. Thus, the Cerebro complex appeared. A true masterpiece of Earth engineering and, in fact, the first Earth device with neural interface functions. With its help, Charles could amplify his abilities many times over and not only read thoughts but also find anyone anywhere on the planet, manually filtering the one needed mind out of billions. And then the guys had a falling out. But neither forgot their developments. Professor X obviously improved and refined Cerebro, while Magneto went into a different field, greatly aided by obtaining some information about a government project from the 40s to create a super soldier serum. The very one that created Captain America. The secret of the original serum was lost in this world just as in other variations of the Marvel Universe, so Eric couldn't physically obtain anything significant about it, but he became interested in the topic. But since he was quite far from organic chemistry and genetic engineering, he preferred to seek his solution in the field of physics and already tested technologies of magnetic influence on the organism. And, it must be said, he achieved his goal. His machine for turning ordinary people into mutants was a highly interesting project. Let's start with the fact that it was tailored exclusively for Mr. Laneshare with his talent for generating pseudo-magnetic fields. The main trick was that the machine forcibly reconfigured such fields into pure electromagnetic radiation, but also very specific radiation, which, when affecting the human organism, provoked an avalanche-like mutation of cells. For Magneto himself, this was again a black box, on the principle of I know that if I feed such and such a signal into it, I'll get such and such an effect, but how this effect is realized inside is unknown to me. However, after examining Senator Kelly's condition, a certain conjecture arose in me. And the longer I thought about it, the more confirmation I found for it in the knowledge of this reality that I possessed. Most likely, it was about the notorious X gene. The locals didn't know what it was, because the human genome hadn't been decoded yet, let alone the mutant genome with their widest spectrum of abilities. Therefore, they used this term to designate a hypothetical root cause of natural mutation, assuming that a set of nucleotides responsible for acquiring a particular ability was indeed present in the DNA molecule. Nevertheless, if relying on the statistics of the mutant population increase, which I hinted at in the conversation with Magneto in the helicopter, these very X genes must already be present in a very significant percentage of people, just currently remaining in a recessive state. And here the principle of Laneshare's device becomes immediately clear. Radioactive radiation, even unknown radiation, cannot simply take and rebuild a formed organism. It's like trying to rebuild a house by dousing it with a stream of flame from a flamethrower. That is, you can cause damage, but you can't relay the roof that way. It's another matter if the potential is already laid down. Loki's knowledge of genetics not only allowed but had vivid examples of such restructuring. Starting from the banal mechanism of molting and changing fur depending on the season in a number of animals, ending with himself, with the transition to the Jotun state under the influence of extremely low temperatures and the return to the Aesir form under normal conditions. The problem was that humans didn't have such a mechanism. A recessive gene could become dominant, but only in the next generation, by a natural path, so to speak. However, the field generated by Magneto's machine artificially brought the necessary section of the genome into dominance in an already mature and formed organism. As a result, the restructuring took place, but here the analogy is appropriate where a wall is smashed through with a battering ram, a window is slapdash put in place of the hole, and the old one is boarded up with debris. That is, it is now possible, but the beauty and strength of the entire structure will leave much to be desired. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, Fault. Bonus. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. That is, it is now possible, but the beauty and strength of the entire structure will leave much to be desired. So it is here. Subjected to radiation and striving to survive, the body activates everything it can in an attempt to adapt to the aggressive radiation. Moreover, the radiation itself actively helps it in this. But after the process stops, we get an invalid with an activated genome, but a cellular structure completely destroyed due to instant restructuring, which will strive to fall apart from a single askance glance on its own. And if we consider that cell division processes in such a body are simply obligated to proceed with failures, then the further it goes, the more errors will accumulate in the organism until, ultimately, it safely falls apart into a lump of twisted mutated biomass. Or the new genome might throw something out, incinerating, turning to dust/water/air and so on the glitching organism. In general, the idea itself is very good, but the execution let us down and requires serious refinement. If this process could be made smoother and stretched out over 7 to 10 years, so that the change in the organism occurred as a result of natural renewal, or, at worst, a mechanism of DNA variability could be attached, like, say, with the same animal molting, but here it turns out neither here nor there. Also, the machine's downsides didn't end there, there was also a backlash hitting the operator. Or rather, the device tried to rephase the donor of the initial pseudomagnetic fields along with the fields themselves. As a result, the donor's organism experienced immense strain, and with prolonged exposure would also go haywire, giving the donor a non-illusory chance of kicking the bucket. And herein lay the main irony of the situation. Eric couldn't improve the machine so it wouldn't harm the operator, simply hitting the tech ceiling, and also having no opportunity for proper statistical data collection, as he would have died long before gathering the necessary data to even initially grope for the direction in which to move the design. And due to that same impossibility of collecting statistics without risking his own life, he couldn't find out that the mutants being created were literally the Walking Dead. There had been only 3 field tests in total, and all 3 were on dregs of society whom Magneto himself liquidated as soon as he was convinced they manifested abilities. So it turned out that, spurred by the threat of the Mutant Registration Act passing, the Radical decided not to bother and simply find a suicide bomber with magnetic abilities to replace himself. Or, even better, someone like Rogue, who could copy his ability and die in the name of the future of the entire species. However, that wasn't important anymore. I memorized the blueprints for both this device and Cerebro, they'll come in handy on the farm. And with the addition of Aesir capabilities, all the aforementioned shortcomings could be negated, opening up prospects simply beyond words. Now all that remained was to wait for the Prof and inquire what he intended to do with all this bedlam. I awaited the X-Men's arrival while digging into the guts of Magneto's invention. Not that I needed to, since I literally saw every stage of its design and construction through the chief designer's eyes, but touching what I'd seen with my own hands was still interesting. I wasn't worried about the prisoners, having put them into a deep magical sleep and left another illusion to keep watch. The presence of 3 controlled phantoms occupied with independent tasks was starting to be felt, but my brain was handling the parallel distribution of attention for now. About 40 minutes later, a futuristic-looking dark grey VTOL jet flew up to the lonely island Eric used as a base. After circling the rocky shore for a couple of minutes, it gently set down on the helipad next to the transport that brought me here, after which the long-awaited heroes descended from the opened ramp. Jean stayed at the school to watch over the kids, Senator Kelly and another phantom of mine created to monitor said senator's condition. But the rest arrived in full force. Even Logan showed curiosity and was now descending the ramp alongside everyone else, looking around with interest. "Where is Eric?" Xavier asked first thing, as soon as the wheels of his chair touched the ground. "In the helicopter," my illusion responded, following alongside. I was too lazy to look for living quarters, so I laid him right on the seats. "His assistants are there too. They won't run away." Storm looked at me anxiously. "I put them into a magical sleep, they won't wake up on their own." "I must speak with him," Charles announced decisively, directing his chair toward the helicopter. "I don't mind," my second illusion answered, the one guarding said helicopter, while the first dissipated so as not to strain my brain further. "Only before that, I recommend finding out from me how everything here could have ended," I smiled. "Just in case you need arguments." The professor looked into the open door, verifying that his old friend lay in the helicopter cabin safe, sound, and even with some comfort, unlike Toad, who was dumped on the floor. Mystique was also afforded comfort, but the telepath cast only a fleeting glance at her. "I'm listening," having calmed his darkest fears, even though I assured him I hadn't done anything to them. Charles turned to me. "Well then, make yourselves comfortable," and I asked the particularly impressionable to sit down. I smiled into the mutants' faces and began my story. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Terms. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Eric Lane share, somewhat later. The man woke up with his head resting on something soft. His eyelids lifted with difficulty, revealing a vaguely familiar ceiling to his eyes, a helicopter cabin. How he ended up here remained a mystery to which his memory stubbornly refused to provide an answer, but attempting to sit up sent a jolt of pain through the back of his head. "Hello, Eric," a painfully familiar voice greeted him, immediately triggering an avalanche of memories. "Charles?" the mutant pronounced, savoring every sound, slowly assuming a sitting position. There was no helmet on his head. On the opposite side of the helicopter cabin lay an unconscious Mystique, and Toad lay like a sack in the aisle between the seats. "So, you outplayed me." Exiting the cabin, he indeed found Xavier, behind whom stood one of his students. The one with the blood-red visor on his face. Who was that? Not thinking about using his powers, even though there was plenty of metal around, Magneto touched the back of his head with a smile. "I'm afraid you won't take my word for it," his vis-a-vis returned the friendly smile mirror-like. "Why is that?" "It's hard to believe that fairy tales from history textbooks have real roots beneath them," his old friend replied obscurely. "I will tell you about him with pleasure, but right now we have a more pressing problem." "Yes." Every hint of amusement vanished from the mutant's face. "You prevented me from securing the future of our species. I prevented you from making the most terrible mistake of your life." The telepath shook his head negatively. "If your plan had succeeded, not only the leaders of over 200 countries but the entire population of New York would have perished, unable to survive the forced mutation." Charles leaned closer, looking him in the eyes seriously and without any falseness. "Eric, your invention does not make ordinary people mutants, it initiates the mutation gene that is already present in the human organism." The friend's narrative dragged on for a long time. Senator Kelly survived the fall into the rocky surf from 20 feet and managed to swim several miles to shore, only to die before his kidnapper's eyes, disintegrating into several liters of water on a medical table. The video recording was made right during their conversation with Charles, and Magneto saw the whole process with his own eyes on the laptop screen. One could suspect a setup, but such brazen lies were never his friend's style. Furthermore, the new information about the latent X gene was not something Xavier would joke about. If even for a minute one assumed the friend's prognosis was correct and the fate of Kelly awaited all those irradiated, after such destruction of a multi-million city and world leaders, the Mandatory Registration Act would seem like a child's toy. Mutants would simply start being shot on sight. "I understand you, Charles," Magneto replied after considering the revealed information. "But it still changes nothing. I will continue our fight." "I know," Xavier replied wearily. "Turning me into the authorities." Eric smirked ironically with half his face. "You kidnapped Senator Kelly and killed his assistant," Charles sighed, growing gloomy and bestowing a condemning look upon him. "But I doubt I can prove it after the witness's death. And if you don't want to attract attention to your school," Lane Share's smile widened. "I believe you are wrong, Eric," his friend's blue eyes looked tenaciously, "but, recently I was told that the world needs both of us, and I must agree with that point of view. I cannot become a leader for mutants of the entire world if we truly have to fight for survival. But you can. I will let you go, but I ask you, Eric, do not resort to radical measures if they can be avoided. The war has not started yet. We must not be the ones who fire the first shot. The ones who bear the responsibility. I won't make promises," the master of magnetism shook his head. "But you can promise to try," the telepath didn't back down. "Yes," this time Magneto nodded. "You know my opinion, the war is already ongoing, it simply hasn't transitioned into the hot phase. But I won't do anything that could harm mutants. I hope so. Since we have reached an agreement, feeling the tension release for the first time since the conversation began, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants switched to a warmer tone, allow me to ask now. Of course, Xavier accepted the tone, closing his eyelids placatingly. What happened to Sabretooth? Was it from him that you learned of my plans? No, Charles shook his head. I'm sorry, but when he attacked the car Rogue was traveling in, his head was cut off. How? Lane Sher was genuinely surprised. Hearing such an admission from Xavier, who rejected casualties, was akin to meeting the real Santa, and even the latter would have surprised the elderly mutant less. He was unlucky, the telepath pursed his lips. Traveling with Rogue on that road was a certain man with very complicated abilities. Realizing that Sabretooth was capable of regenerating injuries, he decided to end the fight in the most reliable way. Was he the one pretending to be the girl on the train? Magneto guessed immediately, not believing such significant situations could be coincidences. Yes, that was him, his old friend confirmed the expectations. His name is Loki, and according to his claims, which I have every reason to believe, he is a real god from Asgard. Strangely enough, the story of the event that could have led to the start of World War III and a planetary mass slaughter ended very peacefully. We loaded the device on board, I woke up Magneto's subordinates, and the high contracting parties went their separate ways. They didn't even try to squeeze the anti-telepathy helmet back from me. Though that wasn't surprising, as it was completely useless on its own, working exclusively in conjunction with Lane Sher's abilities. The principle was the same as Cerebro's, only in reverse. Upon reflection from the helmet's inner surface, dispersion of Eric's gravitational magnetic field wave occurred, and the resulting spectrum resonated with his brain's electromagnetic field, rendering it impervious to telepathy. Bonus chapter on every 500 Power Stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Aftermath. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. The principle was the same as Cerebro's, only in reverse. Upon reflection from the helmet's inner surface, dispersion of Eric's gravitational magnetic field wave occurred, and the resulting spectrum resonated with his brain's electromagnetic field, rendering it impervious to telepathy. Theoretically, one could create a blocker helmet to neutralize telepaths based on this same technology, only Lane Sher hadn't engaged in developments in this area and didn't want to. But I digress. Meanwhile, our plane calmly left the island and headed for New York, never receiving a parting shot in the back. In general, everyone is alive, everyone is happy, and for some reason, I'm sure that Senator Kelly's seat will soon be taken by a flexible person with a blue tushy, and the main advocate for the Registration Act will abruptly change his political orientation. Tell me, Storm unexpectedly moved to the seat next to me, having previously sat in the co-pilot's seat helping Scott fly the plane. Could you have helped Senator Kelly? I am not a healer. Looking into the girl's eyes, which reflected genuine worry over the raised question, I answered with utmost honesty. I could have prolonged his suffering for a few hours, but even if I had the soul forge, I doubt I could have healed him. So there was no hope. There is always hope, I shrugged, but Kelly was too old, and a life full of stress had exhausted his body even without any forced mutation. In such a situation, even Odin couldn't have done anything. Unless he linked Kelly's life to some mighty artifact, but that's very specific and not worth mentioning, as it would only confuse things. And what is a soul forge? The mulatto woman continued questioning with the same interest in her eyes. I even pondered, leaning my head back against the seat. To put it very roughly, it's a device for transferring molecular energy in space. Specifically, it allows you to set a physical projection of an entire object, obtaining a global action electron microscope that has feedback loop, whereby changes made to the object's projection affect the object itself. But since we're having a Q&A evening, allow me now to ask something about your world. Alright, Storm nodded, what do you want to know? What cuisine do you prefer? What, cuisine? The girl was surprised. Yes, that is exactly what I wish to know. Why? Naturally, so I can invite you to dinner later. I think discussing science and other interesting topics will be much more pleasant with a glass of wine in hand and something tasty on the table, hence my inquiry. The mulatto woman fell silent for 10 seconds, looking away. I almost thought I had crossed the line and the conversation was exhausted there, but I love fried chicken with rice. Excellent. I smiled contentedly. And which New York restaurant serves the best according to your taste? I don't know, Aurora was clearly flustered, especially since someone, let's not point fingers, but it was Logan, was already studiously looking askance at us. Or eavesdropping, like Cyclops, forced to fly the plane. I don't have much experience going to restaurants. It seems to me there is a reason to fix that. Do the gods of Asgard have earth money? The mulatto woman tried to joke, clearly striving to quickly steer the conversation away from the topic embarrassing her. Let's put it this way, inviting the god of deceit to play poker, is not the best idea, even if he looks like a pampered urban peacock and you are the best local card sharp with a cover team. And she didn't expect such an answer. How much? Oh, it's not worth counting, despised green wrappers, I smiled with maximum cordiality and a drop of irony. After all, what is money when it comes to dinner with such a beautiful goddess? So, having switched the topic to things much more pleasant than mutated senators and secrets of Asgardian technology, we flew to the secret mutant school. And completed the mission to save the world either from World War III or from a general civil war, but those are just details. After the memorable saving of the world, life somehow abruptly entered a quiet and peaceful rut. Storm avoided me to the best of her ability, hiding all day either in lessons with the little mutants or running off somewhere into the city on business. They didn't give me a definitive no and even tried to make contact sometimes, but at the same time, they were clearly afraid, and not at all like one fears an annoying man. Charles conducted telepathy sessions with Logan, piecing together his memories bit by bit. Logan himself didn't escape his fate and, having settled in a bit, began to strut his stuff in front of Jean Grey, which didn't go unnoticed by Scott Summers and was slowly leading to the birth of the canonical conflict. Rogue was quietly and peacefully introduced into the school routine, and although she appeared in the middle of the school year, she didn't seem to experience any particular difficulties regarding this. Well, as for me, I destroyed cocoa supplies in the kitchen, sometimes switching to tea and coffee, and dug around in Magneto's machine, drafting a schematic for X Gene Stimulator 2.0. What to replace Eric within the device's core I didn't know yet, but there were options for how to make the organism's reconstruction smoother and safer. Oh right, I also met the other inhabitants of the estate, and, total bummer. Among the kids and teenagers, there were many familiar names and nicknames. But while I didn't care about the looks of some Iceman, Pyro, or Colossus, the appearance of the local Jubilee and Kitty Pryde was depressing. It wasn't that they were ugly, not at all, cute and pretty young girls, especially Kitty. But they weren't the cutie pies from the cartoons of my childhood. Yes, attractive, and in another situation quite interesting, but completely unlike the images that had firmly occupied a place in my old fag heart. Basically nothing in common, except for some preferences in clothing style, and even there the resemblance was rather conditional. And this made me sad, I simply couldn't look at them without comparing them to the original, after which I suffered from the discrepancy and the painful irony of fate. You end up in the world of your childhood waifus, but it turns out they aren't here, just some other people who happen to bear the same names. Once again, the Marvel Cinematic Universe kicked me in the balls with a hobnailed boot and trampled my lustful hopes. I hate the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Bonus chapter on every 500 Power Stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Departures. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. A week passed at this pace, and then Logan started packing for the road. He didn't have much stuff with him, so it didn't take long, and one morning he came to say goodbye to me in the workshop. Or rather, in the room Charles graciously allocated to me for that purpose. So, Canada again. I summarized his speech indicating the destination. Professor thinks I'll find answers there. So, he's already finished restoring the foundation, I chuckled with a hint of thoughtfulness. Fast. What do you mean? Wolverine asked, reflexively pulling out a cigar. Memory is a very complex thing and strongly influences personality, I shrugged. And Charles has a thing about this topic, even a hint of rewriting someone else's personality is taboo for him. So it turns out that, most likely, he collected the fragments of your memory and restored the associative links between them, but left the final merging of these fragments with your current self, as well as the order of it, up to you. It's not as fast as forcing everything back all at once, but at least you won't go crazy from the abundance of information arriving simultaneously. Plus, to some extent, you'll decide yourself what from the past to allow to influence the present you, and what can be left behind. With an external connection, priority can only be set as equal. I twitched my cheek vaguely, or tweaked, choosing what will be important to you and what won't. But that's not the prof's style. And you know about this, the regenerator raised his eyebrows with the inimitable intonation of I'm trying to look surprised, but, who am I kidding? Mental magic, I spread my hands with a smile, creating an illusion of a schematic cross-section of a human brain between them, on which a woodpecker sat actively working with its head. It differs greatly from telepathy in principles of operation, but I can look at someone else's memory too. Why didn't you say anything? Looking isn't restoring, I lied slightly, but not too much. For that, it's better to go to Xavier. For him it's a profession, for me, a hobby. Got it, Logan finally lit his cigar. You staying here yourself? If they don't chase me out, I spread my hands jokingly. I looked around the room suggestively, nice. And quite comfortable. Coco, the man smirked knowingly, having already gotten used to this eccentricity of mine. And gorgeous mulatto women with snow-white hair. One must never forget about gorgeous mulatto women, I mirrored the smile, wiggling my eyebrows. Plus, I just like that absolutely everyone here doesn't give a damn about my abilities. I'm afraid in another place it won't be so free. I understand. Logan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke from his chest, recalling something, causing his gaze to unfocus. However, it didn't last long, and the mutant shook himself. Well, take care, God of Magic, a hand was extended to me for a handshake. It was a pleasure meeting you, I responded honestly, shaking it, Wolverine. Half an hour later, Charles Xavier's office. You wanted to talk about something, Loki, the telepath met me as soon as I closed the door behind me. We hadn't interacted too often in recent days, and I almost never approached him first. Generally, I tried not to bother the inhabitants of the estate too much, so I often even moved around the territory under invisibility. I wouldn't mind playing chess with you, but yes. I have a couple of topics for discussion, I smiled at the master of the house. I'm listening, Charles responded readily. I realize this will sound brazen, but I would like to ask permission to dig into your mutant database. Medical records, ability research, biographies. Walking across the office to the guest chair while speaking, I sat down comfortably. In short, everything you've accumulated during your work. I could, of course, hack into your computers myself, but that would be impolite. I don't doubt it, the telepath's cheek twitched joylessly, a chill settling in his eyes. But may I ask why you need this information? I want to verify a theory of mine. You see, the question gives me no peace. Why do some mutants control their powers perfectly well and don't even have particular difficulties mastering them, despite sometimes very extensive capabilities? I nodded suggestively at Charles, telling the absolute truth, while others are completely incapable of influencing them at all. Besides, in a number of cases, I might possibly be able to help. You understand genetics. Much of the wariness left Xavier's gaze, replaced by business-like interest. I'm afraid Asgard doesn't have such a concept in its pure form. With us, all areas of knowledge are called magic and are rarely separated. A long lifespan doesn't imply the birth of narrow specialization. But the answer is, yes. I know the area of knowledge you call genetics quite well. Although, I'll be honest, I propped my cheek on the fingers of my right hand. I am not a great expert on the Earth biosphere specifically, and correcting that will take time. All right, you've convinced me, the invalid closed his eyes. NWH. But the professor's words were interrupted by the door flying open. He stole my motorcycle. Cyclops burst into the room with a mixture of indignation and confusion on his face. What happened, Scott? The professor turned to him in bewilderment. Who stole your motorcycle? Logan. I just went into the garage, and it's gone. Summers looked so comical that my lips began to twitch dangerously, barely holding back the laughter bursting out. As luck would have it, frames from the movie and Wolverine's satisfied face floated up in my memory. It's not funny, the young mutant noticed my state. I fundamentally disagree, I declared a decisive protest, forcing my face back into a semblance of a dignified expression by sheer will. And admit it, he was consistent. What? Cyclops didn't understand. Remember the main complaint he had against you back in Canada? I gave a leading hint. Bonus chapter on every 500 power stones. If you want to read ahead by 20 plus chapters from here, you can visit my Patreon. Patreon. patreon.com/Yggdrasil_Loki. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.